Are you ready to go, Jay?
Yeah, 1 second. I think Jamie was just trying to log in.
Mike, it's been a while. Welcome.
You know, every now and then I have to get back to my boards to see how everyone is doing. But of course, every time I do that, there are new faces. So hello to those who don't know me. I'm Mike Ursillo, the town solicitor. And sorry, we have to continue to meet this way by Zoom. But this too will pass hopefully in the next 4 to 5 months.
Mike, is it just you tonight, or is Peter going to be joining us as well?
Peter will be joining between 7:30 and 7:45 because believe it or not, I have an 8 o'clock meeting to go to. So
Okay.
the problem with Zoom is you can schedule too many meetings in the same evening.
There you go.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, looks like we have everybody. All right, good evening. It's 7:03. The date is December 8th, 2020. This is the South Kingstown Planning Board. This is a special regular meeting. We have a conceptual master plan, major land development, comprehensive permit for Matunic Beach condominiums. Excuse me, we should take roll call first. So, I'm sorry, Pam, you do roll call, please.
Okay. Joe Murphy,
Here.
Peter DiStefano,
Here.
Steve DeMasi,
Here,
Maria Mack,
Here.
Paul Jordan,
Here.
Susan Axelrod,
Here.
and Pam Rubinoff here. Now to staff, Jamie Rabbit,
Present.
Jay Parker,
Here.
Ryan Wagner,
Here.
and Special Legal Counsel Mike Ursillo.
Again, great to join you all.
okay, so again, this is a continuation of the comprehensive permit for Matunic Beach condos. And I believe before we get started, Mike had a legal statement to make.
Sure, just very quickly, under Rhode Island law pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, meeting schedules or agendas must be posted in 3 different places. They must be posted on the Secretary of State's website and 2 places in town. In this case, it would be Town Hall and the library. So we posted all 3 areas, so we're in total compliance with the law for this evening. In addition, it's posted on our website. That's not required, but we do it as a courtesy. So it also was posted there. There was a mistake in the posting to Clerkbase, which is an outside company which South Kingstown and many other towns in Rhode Island basically contract with to also post their meetings. They take the information that we give them and then they retype it in, so to speak. So although staff correctly gave them Tuesday, December 8th, when it got typed in by the contractor, it came out Thursday, December 8th. However, that is not a reason to not have the meeting because, as I said, all we are required to legally do is post in 3 places, and we actually posted in 4, and we posted in the 3 places we had to. This, again, was just a courtesy posting. We'll be addressing that issue in the future, but we're good to go tonight, Steve.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Jay, the correspondence that we received today, has that been made public as well?
No, that has not. That information came in yesterday and today. There is really no way for me to get it out for public consumption. That information was emailed to board members and staff, as well as the applicant.
Okay, will that automatically be entered into the public record, or do we have to state it?
It's in the public record. It's in the copies of all the correspondence is included in the file here in the office and was distributed for your use to the board. So yes, it is part of the file.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see the applicant's attorney is up, so we can get started. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly. Good evening, Mr. Kelly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for scheduling this special meeting. Hopefully we can get through the rest of the presentation. As you might recall, at the last hearing, our planner, Mr. Pimentel, was unable to testify due to the fact that his mother was very ill. So what we'd like to do is start off with Mr. Pimentel this evening. I don't see him on the screen.
Mr. Kelly, this is Jay Parker. I'm looking for Mr. Pimentel on the attendees list. I don't see his name.
If he could raise his hand, it would make it easier to find him in the attendees list, Mr. Pimentel.
He was, we're waiting for him to get on, and here he is.
Oh, there he is.
We're sharing an office, Mr. Kelly. Ed
Very
Pimentel.
good, very good.
Mr. Kelly, is there anyone else from your team that you would like promoted to be brought in?
Mr. Duhamel, who's with Mr. Pimentel, is going to be also testifying, answering some of the questions that we received at the last hearing, and also questions that have come in from residents, which Mr. Parker, thank you very much for forwarding to us, and we'll address all those this evening. Mr. Ursillo, nice to see you again.
You're muted, Mike.
You know, you'd think I've done this enough times to recognize that. Always a pleasure, Mike Kelly.
Thank you. And same here. So, Mr. I did a rough outline of Mr. Pimentel's report, but now that he's here in person, of course, Mr. Pimentel, could you please present the relevant sections of your report to the board, please?
Sure. Thank you very much. And I apologize. As attorney has spoken, my mother came down with COVID and she passed away a couple of weeks ago, but it is what it is. It's tough times we're dealing with.
Could you tell us?
Can you just state your name and your profession, please?
Edward Pimentel, for the record, last name spelled P as in Paul, I-M-E-N-T-E-L. I have been an urban planner in the states of Florida, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island for 30 plus years. I've worked in a number of communities as a municipal planner in the state of Rhode Island. I've been before all 39 cities and towns. I've been in all the superior courts. I started a consulting practice in addition to my municipal obligation approximately 20 years ago. I have been involved in a few comprehensive permits in the town of South Kingstown, so I think I've come to understand the community's aspirations. I've had a few that were well received, a few that weren't so well received. And so to that end, when the applicant, DeSimone, reached out to me if I could support this development, the first thing I asked him before I decided to get engaged was that I would like to do a neighborhood analysis. And I believe everybody has my Excel spreadsheet, which lays out all the data, and the results are in the report. And the reason why I did that was that what I've come to learn is clearly proposing a development that would be otherwise out of character with the neighborhood from a density perspective, and density both meaning units as well as bedroom count, because as we've all come to learn in planning, bedroom count is probably even more of an important factor, because bedrooms result in number of occupants, number of vehicular trips, from an environmental perspective, the amount of effluent generated and so forth. So I did my analysis, and I crossed analysis in several ways, and did that in regards to both the neighborhood in question as well as to the goals and objectives of the comp plan. When I finished preparing my neighborhood analysis and looked at that data, that's when I went back to the client, and I know he had previous proposals that were a little more dense, but based on the numbers that I feel I could support, I said, yeah, I can support this density in regards to both maintaining character neighborhood, being neighborhood compatible, as well as also arguing that it would be consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, especially since we're also procuring a few units of affordable housing.
Okay.
And Mr. Pimentel, could you please go on to present some of your findings as a result of the neighborhood analysis and your review of appropriate town ordinances, documents, the comprehensive plan, although expired, the affordable housing plan as part of the comprehensive plan, which is also expired, and the compatibility of this development in regard to the comprehensive plan and the affordable housing plan of the town that was, as I said, it's expired, but has been used as a guide by the community.
Sure. So the property in question has approximately a total of 4.9 acres. There is approximately 2.9 acres of land acreage that would otherwise be deemed suitable for development. I actually rounded that down to 2.5 in my report to take a more conservative approach to see what the numbers would be, and if you tweak the numbers down. Pursuant to the classification of the property in regards to the comprehensive plan, the density that would be prescribed can run up to approximately 4.35 units, even at the 2.5 or 2.9 acres, because I know there's been a question as to whether what is truly deemed suitable, but that's why I took a conservative number. You're right on point with the density we prescribe. That is just generally in arguing the comprehensive plan, not even the fact that there are some strategies prescribed through the comp plan of the affordable housing plan is an addendum to the housing element. But some of those strategies would be the one step up, for example, going from an R20 to an R10. And that would give us a density that is far in excess of what we even are pursuing. So I felt very comfortable from a comprehensive plan and affordable housing strategy perspective that we were consistent. In regards to the results of my neighborhood analysis, I looked at 56 separate lots in the neighborhood. If you take them in their entirety, all 56 lots, the average was 12,947 square feet. And the reason why I say that is I didn't want people think I was picking and choosing which parcels to put into my analysis. And the reason why I say that, there were 8 lots that were sizable in that there was some elongated land resources, although you could tell that the majority of them were wet. So if you were to remove just those 8 lots, which I say skew the numbers, you're still looking at 48 lots. This is a very, very dense neighborhood. For example, 54% of this neighborhood have lots that are less than 5,000 square feet, which would be 1/4 the size of what's required by zoning. It's an older neighborhood. This neighborhood has been around for many, many years. Along comes zoning and impose an R20 distinction upon it. It's really more reflective of R10, but R20 is what was designated for the area. So greater than 75% of this neighborhood is deficient in many, many ways from current zoning regulations. The resulting density is 1 unit per 12,000 square feet. If you were to actually remove those 8 units, it drops it down to 1 per 7,000 square feet. That's in regards to density of units. I like to also look at density of bedrooms because that's, I think, is where more of the environmental concerns come in due to lack of public water and sewer, and because there's reliance on private sewage, private water resources. In total in this neighborhood, there was 144 bedrooms, which equates to a density of 1 bed for every 4,800 square feet. Once again, if you were to remove those 8 properties that really skew the numbers, you're really looking at an average bedroom density of 1 unit per 2,700 square feet. This is far more intensive than our proposed development by any measure, whether you consider the total acreage or even just the acreage deemed suitable for development. And the point being is that we kept the density, the prescribed density. Once again, what would realize consistency with the land use map and the comp plan to the strategies of affordable housing would otherwise be character of the neighborhood. It's not as if this is a neighborhood that's low density and we're prescribing a high density development. That was the whole point of this rather arduous task that I did. And like I said, the data is in my report, the results here, and I also provided you all the raw data. Getting on to meeting the requirements, because we have to meet the statutory requirements by the state law. And they start on page 17 of 20. So I took a look at where the town currently stands. I took a look at the most recent affordable housing chart. I know there's been a few recent developments. I know of one personally. I was involved in it, the one behind the police station. So I know there's still some units to be brought on board. But having said all of that, you're approximately at somewhere between 5.5% and 6% right now. That's like I said, an estimate number, 5.5% to 6%, still 4% to go. It's taken a while since the initial provision in the early 90s. There was a revised affordable housing plan in 2004 when they revised the statute. There's been a slight increase since then, but based on the numbers that I crunched, it's going to take some time to achieve the 10%. It's a difficult dilemma that most of the rural communities deal with. I've done several affordable housing projects recently, all in the rural communities. They all share the same problem. And that is they only have select areas where they can accommodate density due to lack of infrastructure. They want to make sure it maintains the character and the scale of the neighborhood that is being introduced. There's only so many of those pockets. South Kingstown shares those same dilemmas. And that's why we go through this rather, like I said, arduous process to ensure that it remains in character. I believe we meet all of the statutory standards and requirements. I understand that it's 12 units, 3 units of affordable housing. You're looking at approximately 1.2 units to offset our introduction to the housing stock, which then introduces 1.8 units of affordable housing. My argument to that is that, honestly, the only way we're going to achieve 10% in the communities is through these small infill integrated projects, because large scale, massive projects where you try to realize greater number of affordable housings are just not well supported. Number one. Number two, they're just difficult to find sites that can accommodate that kind of density. I recently did a development at a prescribed property at the prescribed density, a large project. It caused more grief and more appeals. People just don't support these large scale projects, and the resources are difficult to find regardless. It's these small incremental steps, small integration is how we're going to achieve the 10% over the long run. That's been my experience in doing affordable housing for 20 plus years.
Mr. Pimentel, could you please address more specifically the percentage of areas that are available for the larger size developments versus the smaller size developments, the infills that you just addressed?
Well, the comprehensive plan talks about concentrating affordable housing, if you can, in the village areas. You got the Peacedale Village area. Like I said, just recently I did the development behind the police station. These are areas that can slightly accommodate slightly greater intensities because sewers are available and so forth in certain instances. But the reality is those villages will never be able to achieve the full 10% because there just isn't enough land resource in those areas unless you densified it beyond proportion. It would be out of scale. So it's got to be small, integrated, small sites, but still in areas where the character is still protected and compatible. And there just isn't that many land resources. Most of the town of South Kingstown is rurally, is in a rural land use classification and is rurally zoned. So to try to accommodate great density in those areas just would be inconsistent with the goals and objectives of the comp plan. That's why these small integration projects, if there are such limited sites, is which should be the areas which should be well supported.
And are you aware of any large tracts of land where more affordable units could be placed that are supported by the infrastructure of the town?
No, in fact, several years ago, I worked on a project that was a large tract of land. It didn't have the necessary infrastructure, but we kept the density, at least what we thought, we kept the density to the prescribed density of the property resources due to the lack of infrastructure. And like I said, it just wasn't well received. And I understand. It was a difficult argument because of the lack of infrastructure, although we kept the density slightly down, but the number of units proposed was achieving a greater number of affordable housing units. But it wasn't well received because of the lack of infrastructure and, more importantly, the rural character of the area didn't support that kind of density bonus. Unlike here, where this is already a dense neighborhood, and therefore we reflect the character. There isn't, those types of land resources are few and far between that can accommodate both, meeting the goals and objectives of the comp plan, maintaining character in the neighborhood.
And do you have a professional opinion in regard to whether this proposed development is consistent with local needs as identified in the local comprehensive community plan, and particularly the community's affordable housing plan?
Yes, and I actually put it in my report how we actually meet several strategies of the affordable housing plan. And interestingly enough, typically and customarily when you're doing an affordable housing development, because the reality is, since you're proposing an introduction of affordable housing, there's always a corresponding market rate density bump up or bonus to offset. Otherwise, if you are forced just to provide the units that would otherwise be permitted under the underlying zoning, no one's going to put forth affordable housing. So there's got to be a balancing market rate bonus. But in this case, even with the market rate bonus and the provision of affordable, we were still consistent within the guidelines of what the density prescribed by the land use map, which was interesting because, like I said, typically you go into the affordable housing plan and asking for a density bonus under their strategies, which somewhat is a little more dense or intense than otherwise would be prescribed in the land use or future land use map, because those speak to conventional developments. In this case, we actually still maintain the density as prescribed in the land use map, even with the density bonus. So that was really a point that helped me to really conclude that there was consistency here with the comprehensive plan.
The staff report project review indicates that there would be under the existing zoning ordinances and regulations, 6 units could be located on the property. You agree with that?
That is correct. So the current zoning would prescribe for approximately, it would be like 6.6 units approximately, whereas the land use classification of the comp plan would allow for 4.14 units. Once again, and I applied, and I did this purely on what would otherwise deemed land deemed suitable for development, and I took a more conservative approach. It's approximately 2.9. I lowered that to 2.5, just out of an abundance of caution, in case you want to subtract for things like the driveway and everything, not required, but I did that. And even then, it was still came out to exactly 11 point something of the 12 units, right? The density we're prescribing.
Also in the staff review report, the staff indicated that the existing residential density would be approximately 2.2 dwelling units per acre, but the 2014 comprehensive community plan identifies the subject property as residential medium high density with densities from 2 per acre up to 4.35 dwelling units per acre. And this proposed development is only 4.14 dwelling units per acre. in your opinion, do you agree with that statement in regard to this project being less than allowed under the comprehensive plan?
It is less than what's allowed under the comprehensive plan, and actually quite a bit considerably less than some of the strategies in the affordable housing plan. Once again, we didn't want to maximize the density of this property, at least my involvement. I know there was other iterations prior to mine, I was told, but when I got involved and I looked at the numbers, my objective was to support a number that not only fulfilled the goals and strategies of the affordable housing plan, but even more so was consistent with a comprehensive plan, as if this would be introduced as a conventional development. And yes, we are below that number.
And have you had an opportunity to review the Matunic Village Plan report of October 2015?
I did. Much of the information in that village plan also mirrored a lot of the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. And by the way, I also thoroughly reviewed the draft comprehensive plan. I know that's not the one that's been formally adopted yet, but I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something there that maybe I needed to address. And paying even more so attention to the architectural and the guidelines, things that once again maintain character that would be outside of density. And those were things that I also worked with with the team to ensure that those guidelines would be fulfilled.
If you also, do you have an opinion as to whether this proposed development would be in harmony or conformance with the village plan and the village summary, particularly as set forth on page 5 of your report?
Yes, and speaking purely from a land use perspective, because it also addressed, like I said, other design requirements, it was my determination that we were meeting the goals and objectives just as we were doing so in regards to the comprehensive plan.
And you have an opinion, a professional opinion, as to whether this proposed project would be in harmony with the existing neighborhood, particularly the densities as you previously addressed?
Yes, and once again, this is why I typically engage in this methodology of doing neighborhood analysis first, see what the results are, and then compare that to what is the aspirations or the goals and objectives of comprehensive plan and the affordable housing plan, and then compare that to what exactly is the design or development approach taken by the developer. And that's why I've always engaged in pursue that methodology, because only then can I actually, in good conscience, contend that I can support it and I believe it's consistent.
Mr. Pimentel, at page 7 of your report, you address various issues on the land use portion of the comprehensive plan. And one of those is continue to discourage monotonous sprawling types of development in favor of development that's consistent with the character of the town and development within the existing village areas. Do you have an opinion as to whether this is compatible with that portion of the comprehensive plan, the land use portion, page 5?
Yes, like I stated before, it's actually through many of their elements. It's in their land use element. It's in the housing element. It's actually pretty much referencing all of the elements, even if you were to parse out specific goals and objectives. And that is concentrate development where the density exists, so that we can protect our rural land resources. And that's, like I said, that's a fine fit for the entire comprehensive plan. And that's why, once again, my methodology is always to engage in neighborhood analysis first.
Now, under the portion of the affordable housing plan of the comprehensive plan, goal number 2 is to facilitate the development of affordable housing throughout the community in a manner that's reflective of South Kingston's residents' physical, social, and financial limitations and resources, with the goal of achieving the state mandated 10% affordable housing stock. And is this development, in your opinion, in conformance with that goal? Does it further that goal?
It like I said again, the way we're going to achieve 10% in the rural communities because A, all trying to accomplish the same goals. A, we want to protect the rural character of the areas which are rural now, both in land use classification and both in just in its natural usage. This is why solar projects there's a big push against solar because it's deforesting and impacting the rural character of our communities. So that's goal number one. Goal number two is that's where the lack of infrastructure is, right? There's lack of roadway infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So how are we going to achieve this 10% is through these small integrated projects where the roadway infrastructure is in place, where the character of the neighborhood already can support the density. That is how we're going to achieve 10%. Yes, and it's going to be in small incremental steps. That's the only way we're going to accomplish this in the long run. So I believe it does meet that goal, and it meets that the statutory requirement.
And the third goal of the affordable housing plan is that to encourage wide range of affordable housing options through a combination of innovative regulatory mechanisms, such as a comprehensive permit, public and private initiatives, joint public and private partnerships. And it suggests that as a policy, continue the use of regulatory techniques that support increase affordable housing opportunities. Do you have a professional opinion as to whether this project is in conformance with those goals in the policy I just stated?
Yes. So when the communities that didn't achieve the 10% were required to prepare an affordable housing plan back in 2004 when they amended the statute, they really mandated several things. Number one, not only do you come up with a set of strategies to achieve the overall 10%, but also to identify what is the need within your community. Some communities need more, for example, elderly affordable housing. Others may need more family. And then within those prescribed categories, do you need rental or ownership or a combination? One of the hardest type of affordable housing to provide statewide is owner-occupied affordable housing. Very difficult. We have a lot of elderly affordable housing throughout the state. In some communities, there's housing that remains empty because it's easier to argue the points of elderly because no children, no school impacts on school systems, and et cetera, from a fiscal perspective. So it's really owner-occupied and kind of more of these starter type arrangements, these 2-bedroom units that people are starting up. They're trying to build some equity. Really difficult to procure and produce in communities. And it is noted in the affordable housing plan that it's a need, and that is a need we are meeting with this development.
Now, also under the affordable housing plan, it addresses the cost of housing, does it not?
It does.
And it sets forth that the cost of land continues to increase. However, the unit cost for land can be minimized by increasing the number of units in the development, as the lot size and layout are determined by the developer's design. And zoning is the principal mechanism used to attempt to reduce the costs of land. And is this the comprehensive permit statute and mechanism? Do you have an opinion as to whether that is in conformance with the statement I set forth in the the comprehensive plan that the costs of housing can be reduced by increasing density?
Right, so that's why within the town of South Kingstown's affordable housing, they came up with several strategies. One of these strategies was this one step up, whereas whatever the prescribed zoning is, you could go to one zoning classification that was one density greater. For example, the R20 would go to the densities prescribed in the R10. And that is how the town of South Kingstown is trying to support. And therefore, when you put forth a project, you still can argue consistency with the comprehensive plan and with the zoning regulations. As I've indicated, we even with the one step up, we didn't even come close to matching that kind of densities that would have been prescribed per that strategy. I'm not saying all of the strategies are applicable to every land resource, but we even come close to that. And this is why I balanced, when I looked at this development, I balanced what were the densities prescribed per the comp plan, not even the affordable housing strategies, and those in the affordable housing strategy. And that's why I felt so comfortable in contending that this density was so consistent, because we weren't even trying to maximize the density of this property per the strategies in the affordable housing plan.
And, further, in regard to the comprehensive plan of the town and also the affordable housing component, there's a provision indicating that to increase affordable housing, the community should negotiate comprehensive permit density increases with housing developers. And it goes on to state that the town wishes to keep density increases given to the comprehensive permit applicants within the hierarchy of the current zoning ordinance. And is this project, in your opinion, in conformance with that statement in the affordable housing plan in terms of increasing the number of affordable units by increasing density in comprehensive permit applications?
So once again, there was a yield plan that was prepared that potentially could accommodate up to 6 units, and that yield plan too reflected the current underlying zoning. So 6 units, and we're asking for 12 units, of which of those additional 6 units, 3 units would be affordable housing, and the other 3 units, or 2 to 3 units, would be kind of the density or bump up to offset so that we could realize affordable housing. It's what a comp permit was, the purpose for the comp permit, why it was established, was once again to realize affordable housing. No affordable housing is going to be procured unless there's a reasonable market rate density bonus. In this case, as I've argued throughout the night, even with the density bonus, we still remain within the prescribed densities of the comprehensive plan.
Now, you talked about bedrooms and being as important as the number of units in certain situations. And the number of bedrooms for this proposed development would be 24, correct?
That is correct.
And if 6 units were available to be, could be constructed on this site under the existing zoning regulations without any density permit, could the number of bedrooms in a 6-unit development equal the same as the number that would be located in this comprehensive permit plan if the density bonus were allowed?
That is correct. That's why when I do my analyses, I do it both by density of units and density of bedrooms, because density of units really has become, honestly, somewhat of a more passe figure than bedroom density. 10 micro loft units is less dense than 3 or 4, large single family homes because of the bedroom count. What do bedrooms do? Bedrooms, and there's plenty of analysis, a plethora of data out there in this regard. So bedrooms is really what generates the number of occupants. It's what generates the number of children, depending on the size of the unit, how many bedrooms in the unit, right? So from a fiscal perspective, it's what generates the amount of vehicles that are going to be on the property, the amount of vehicle trips. This is all been well documented. From an environmental perspective, number of bedrooms eventually documents how much of effluent. So several single family homes is going to have a much greater impact than a smaller unit-based development. Yeah, there may be multiple of those units, but a small, from a bedroom count, smaller, more a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom type density development. That type of development is actually, once again, been well documented, is less intrusive and intensive from a variety of ways than a true single family development. That's a fact.
In addition, the affordable housing plan included in the comp plan for the community addresses inclusionary housing and suggests that affordable housing should be incorporated into new subdivisions via inclusionary zoning. And much of this development will take place outside of town centers where larger tracts of land are available, and proposed subdivisions containing 6 or more units. Inclusionary zoning in subdivisions provides opportunity for persons seeking affordable housing that would otherwise not be available. And could you give us your professional opinion in regard to whether this project comports with that inclusionary zoning provision in the comprehensive plan?
Well, I didn't do a full analysis that if we were doing a conventional development here, what types of regulations would be realized from that type of development. In other words, what would be the inclusionary numbers and so forth. I simply took the perspective of what could be built by right and then compared it to what we're proposing under the strategies of the Affordable Housing Plan, and inclusionary zoning is one of them. But I always with the angle of looking at what would the comprehensive plan support if this was just a straightforward conventional development from a density perspective, and then looking at from the strategy of the Affordable Housing Plan. Because a lot of times you're purely arguing the strategies with the Affordable Housing Plan, and people are arguing back, well, what does zoning permit? What does the comprehensive plan permit? Because you're really not comporting with those regulations, right? You're just constantly looking at the strategies. But in this case, outside of the strategies of the Affordable Housing Plan, we really are comporting with the comprehensive plan, regardless of the imposition of whether it be inclusionary or a one-step up strategy, whatever it may be. We really are comporting with the comprehensive plan at this density, and yet still realizing the provision of Affordable Housing Plan. And that's why I felt that this was a win-win proposal, in my professional opinion.
And do you have an opinion as to whether this project will be providing opportunities for persons seeking affordable housing that otherwise would not be available to them?
Well, I'll tell you what my experience has been on the last several projects I've done statewide. A lot of the end units end up being acquired by actual people who reside in the community. What ends up happening is you have people who've laid down roots, generational roots, and want to stay within their community. But those particular communities, the affluence, the value of property is off the charts. One I did recently in the town of Lincoln, the units were being called for before they were even being built from homeowners who couldn't even afford to maintain their own home anymore because of the value and the taxes. And we're happy that they would be willing maybe even to sell their home, take the value out of their home, buy a smaller unit in these affordable range, and still continue to maintain roots. That is happening more and more statewide. And I believe that these units could very well fulfill that requirement in the town of South Kingstown.
Now, it's part of the comprehensive plan. There was a comprehensive plan survey. Are you aware of that?
I'm
On page 13 of your report.
Oh, this is, I took this out of the comprehensive plan. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the survey I did. Sorry.
All right. The survey summary on affordable housing indicates there was a clear mandate for additional low-income housing, subsidized and small-scale affordable market rate housing. Over 70% of the respondents agreed that the town should make it a priority to move toward the state mandate of 10% affordable housing stock. Is this project, in your opinion, a move towards increasing the affordable housing at costs and prices that can be afforded by those in low and moderate incomes?
Yes, and once again, and the reason why I also included in my report, once again, was to provide evidence of what I just indicated with my experience, and that many of these units are actually of interest to longstanding residents. And that's why more and more communities, when they do these surveys of affordable housing, because in the past, under the original statute, developers would be seeking these windfall density bonuses, 600, 700, 800% density bonuses. And there was a lot of opposition to them. Since then, these smaller scale integration projects have been well supported, and they're being more supported because residents of the various communities are realizing too that this could very well benefit themselves. Like I said, that's been my experience with more of these smaller integrated projects. Like I stated before, the one in Lincoln, the units were being called for, inquired about by residents of the town before they were even approved when they got wind of them.
In regard to another survey conclusion, encouraging the development of affordable housing to serve the needs of our low-income residents, maintaining the diversity of existing housing stock to provide affordable, non-subsidized housing options. In your opinion, does this project in fact achieve some of those findings?
I believe this development in every regard, in every respect, meets all of the qualifying goals and objectives of the affordable housing plan in that it's smaller scale. It's not of a large density. It won't impact lack of infrastructure. It won't impact character of neighborhood. It's not an overly sized development. Maintaining smaller bedroom units meets need of the prescribed groups that I've identified, people trying to downsize. Limiting the number of bedrooms has no impact fiscally on the school system. I can't foresee any children being generated. They're low traffic volume generators. It really is the perfect project for this particular parcel in this neighborhood, in my opinion.
Now, your report indicates that there would be approximately 826 more units for the town to reach its goal of 10%. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what I did was I did my best to take the numbers that were in the affordable housing plan, add to those developments that I made as best aware as I could, to add to those, because there's clearly been a number of units that have been come online, compare that to the most recent affordable housing chart, and then compare those to the full build-out analysis within the comprehensive plan, and that's how I came up with these numbers. So I mean, there's going to be a little room for error, but I try to minimize that error as much as possible.
And your report also indicates that currently the affordable housing stock has 345 approximately elderly units, but only 163 regular units. Is that correct?
That's correct. Once again, reviewing the most recent affordable housing chart as for the last iteration when I prepared the report. And the reason why I did that is that actually is a very normal occurrence in many communities where there's typically more affordable housing for the elderly, several reasons. A, there's the ability to get more subsidies to build elderly affordable housing. Number two, a lot of communities are more supportive of them because of the impact fiscally from family-oriented affordable housing. So typically, like I said, there's always a greater need for family-oriented housing, and especially owner-occupied family-oriented housing, affordable housing. And this would, like I said, starter little family units, little starter units. This clearly is not a single family affordable housing development. That is the most difficult project to procure statewide, is true conventional type subdivision with affordable housing. That one's very difficult because that takes large tracts of land, and there's only so many limited land resources out there to accommodate those types of developments.
And Mr. Pimentel, as a result of your study and analysis and your expertise, do you have an opinion as to whether the town will be able to achieve its 10% goal if it without allowing density bonuses in R20 zones?
I would contend that it's probably going to be very difficult for a number of communities, including South Kingstown, to achieve 10% because at full build out, the number of units that would have to be brought online, I think are going to take some rather large scale developments. I don't know if the town of South Kingstown has the type of land resources to do that. I don't think the town of South Kingstown wants to start changing its rural character image by starting to integrate and bring in resources out to the rural areas. So I think if you're trying to accomplish the 10% and maintain the strategy of staying within the villages, I think it's going to be very difficult. But I think the only way you're going to get there or get as close to it as possible is through these small integrated projects in these areas.
Well, as a result of your study report and your expertise as a planner, do you have an opinion as to whether this development is reasonable and consistent with the local needs, the community as identified in the local comprehensive community plan, and particularly the community's affordable housing plan, and has satisfactorily addressed the issues where there may be inconsistencies?
I believe in, once again, planners have a tendency to migrate from their field and go into other areas. Speaking purely from a land use perspective, I absolutely believe this is consistent with their goals and objectives, and it does, once again, small incremental steps, but it absolutely is helping them to achieve what they're trying to accomplish in meeting affordable housing needs in the limited sites that they have in town, in these smaller areas that are compact, dense. So I believe, yes, it does meet those. It is consistent and it's with the affordable housing plan and the comprehensive plan.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the development's in compliance with the standards and provisions of the town's zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, or has requested a waiver or varied the local concerns that have been affected by the relief granted do not outweigh the state and local need for low and affordable housing?
Yes, so the project engineers detailed the waivers and the variances. So in this case, because it is pursuant to a comp permit, they're all treated as waivers. They've detailed and documented them, and I believe that considering what we're accomplishing here, that they are reasonable in light of what we're trying to accomplish.
And you're familiar with the plan, correct?
I'm familiar with the plan. I also looked at the yield plan. I also did review prior iterations, although I wasn't involved in them.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the low and moderate income units proposed in this project are integrated throughout the development and are compatible in scale and architectural style to the market rate units within the project? It will be built and occupied prior to or simultaneous with the construction and occupancy of any market rate units.
Yeah, so purely speaking to the location or placement, I'll allow other experts to speak to architectural and the construction guidelines. That particular requirement actually flowed from what was happening under the initial statute. So under the initial statute, people were selectively placing affordable housing in select areas of the community, and people felt that that was not appropriate. Affordable housing should be appropriately integrated throughout a community where the resources permitted. And then within specific developments, you're not supposed to concentrate them. You're supposed to be integrated throughout, because the affordable units are not supposed to be different than the market rate units. It's all one development. And in this case, speaking to the developer, we're going to disperse them, make sure they're well integrated throughout the development.
And do you have a professional opinion as to whether this project is reasonable in light of the neighborhood? And is it consistent with the local affordable housing needs of the town?
Yes, once again, this is why I do not engage myself in a project until I've done my own personal research, do my neighborhood analysis, then so that I can conclude and determine that I truly can support the density, the design, and how it's integrated and is compatible with that particular neighborhood. Yes, so in my opinion, it is based on extensive neighborhood analysis.
Chairman, I don't have any further questions of Mr. Pimentel. His report, some 20 pages with the appendix of the community and the neighborhood survey, which he presented, are part of the record. And if anyone has any questions of Mr. Pimentel, please feel free.
I'll start with board members. Any questions for Mr. Pimentel on his discussion tonight and his report?
I actually had a question for legal counsel relative to something that was said that preceded Mr. Pimentel's comments and was also referenced in the letter. And I see that Mike has left the meeting, but Peter is here. Peter, in the past, we have been told by legal counsel that a comprehensive plan, even if there is a newer draft that is in the works, is legal, legitimate, and enforceable until a new one has been adopted. Could you just comment on that, please?
Sure. The Comprehensive Planning Act contemplates that the comprehensive plan will have different binding effect based on the status of state approval. So for local land use decisions, the comprehensive plan is binding as soon as it's approved by the local municipality. As far as binding state agencies, the Comprehensive Planning Act provides that it only becomes binding once it's approved by the municipality and then further approved by statewide planning. So in this instance, I think you should look to the comprehensive plan and follow the comprehensive plan. I know there's going to be testimony about consistency with the comprehensive plan. If it goes to SHAB, I'm sure based on the letter that was submitted that the developer might make an argument to SHAB based on whether it's binding on that agency. But I'd say for this level, focus on the comprehensive plan and focus on consistency with the comprehensive.
And also, so therefore, the affordable housing production plan that's contained and referenced within the comprehensive plan is also valid and enforceable and not obsolete in any way.
I'd say for purposes of your decision, yes, apply your local plan, follow the local plan about producing affordable housing. If this goes to SHAB, and we don't know if it goes to SHAB, I think that that's where that argument would have more traction. So I wouldn't discount it entirely. I just say at this level, the board should be focusing on the comprehensive plan and particularly the affordable housing element.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just address that issue quickly?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Peter, unfortunately, you weren't at the first meeting, but Amy Goines addressed the issue of what would be the standard for an appeal at SHAB. And she cited the statute 4553(6)D in her presentation. And my point is that in regard to the state, the affordable housing plan has not up to speed. It's not. It's terminated because it hasn't been reapproved by the town, and therefore the standard of review would be if was the decision is the plan. Excuse me, is the project reasonable and consistent with local needs? And that's the issue that I was pointing out in regard to the affordable housing portion of the plan, and the comp plan not having, at this point, is not state approved because it hasn't been redone and resubmitted to the state at this point.
And I wouldn't disagree with that point. Obviously he's quoting the statute. I just think that the one caveat I would put to that is that that's an issue that would control the way SHAB will look at this. I still think at the local level, the board should be concerned about producing affordable housing in accordance with the affordable housing plan as the town is bound by that. But Mr. Kelly's certainly right that the statute does address, as far as SHAB's review, they will look at either an approved housing plan, and in the absence of approval, they'll look at a broader scope of whether it's meeting local housing needs. So yes, that's correct as with regard to SHAB's review.
I certainly agree with that and agree with your prior statement that the board is bound to follow the comprehensive plan and the existing affordable housing plan that Mr. Pimentel addressed. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from board members before we go to attendees? Okay, Jay, I did see we had one hand up so far. And Clifford?
Yes, Mr. Clifford Dutrumbull.
Clifford, if you unmute yourself and state your name and address, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Cliff Dutrumbull. I own the property of 131 Mary Carpenters. And I'd like to ask Mr. Pimental a couple of questions, okay? And number one, Mr. Pimental, what is your capacity and responsibility? What do you do for a living?
I'm a municipal planner and I'm a zoning official in a community in Rhode Island,
What community?
city of East Providence.
East Providence, okay. Now
Yeah.
we're talking about Matunic here, right?
Yes,
Yes, we are, okay. Have you been hired by the developers?
I was engaged by the developers.
So you're hired by the developers? I need a yes or
Correct.
no. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you're hired by the developers. Okay, I noticed that your opinion has been very heavily relied upon by the developers in this meeting today.
Well, I'm addressing the land component. I'm addressing the land use component of the development.
No, your professional opinion has been relied on significantly by the developers in this meeting. Is that not correct?
I don't know how Mr. Pimental can
I don't
answer
know
that
how-
question.
Mr.
Come
Durambo.
on, wait a minute. You
No,
look back at,
All
wait
right,
a
will you silence him, please? Mr. Durambo. He is a professional, he's a professional planner. He was hired by the client to review the project. Now, please address your questions to me and state what your question is. We're not here to question Mr. Pimentel's professional. He's already stated his record, his education, his experience. He stated his opinion, and we have that. Now, please, if you have a specific question, please ask it. Go ahead and unmute him, Jay.
I'm trying.
who just spoke to me?
I'm Steve DeMasi. I'm the chair of the planning board.
Okay. Now you haven't, well, I apologize if I got a little out of control there, but
We understand this is a very emotional thing. And
let me just say. I
what
have
are your concerns?
My concern is that this whole project is being put on the back of 3 low-income units, okay? And the zoning regulations would call for that piece of property to have 6 units, okay? Of which, if they wanted 3, 50% would be low income. But they need 12 units. Why is that? Well, that's because it has to be profitable for the guys. They don't care about the low income people. They want to make a profit. And if anybody disagrees with me, let me know.
They're following what's allowed under zoning.
Zoning, wait a minute.
Excuse me. Anything over 5 units, they have to provide some affordable housing. Under affordable housing, to provide that affordable housing, they're allowed a density bonus.
Good. That's fine. Above 5 units.
And
Okay.
that's local zoning.
The zoning allows in that land 6 units, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the yield.
So that has, what you said has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. The zoning it says that they would allow 6 units in this space. Okay? Why do they need 12? And somebody can answer me that, I would like to know. And I have other questions.
Jay, would you like to try to clarify the affordable housing?
And please don't go into big detail. Why do you need 12 instead of 6?
They are asking.
Mr. Pimental can answer the question however he deems appropriate. He's not going to be limited by the questioner, please.
So I'd like our staff to just answer for,
Okay.
under the affordable housing regulations that what he's allowed by regulation.
So.
And also, Jay, could you also, in doing so, explain the difference between a project that would be based on the inclusionary zoning portion of our regulations versus a comprehensive permit? Because I think that may be unclear.
So under normal zoning, under our zoning ordinance, inclusionary zoning kicks in on projects with 5 or more units being proposed. This project is different. It's a comprehensive permit. The comprehensive permit allows for a density increase provided that 25% of the total units are deed restricted to affordable. Answering the question of the caller, I would defer to Mr. Pimentel, but clearly they're asking for the additional units or the 12 total units to make the project financially feasible.
Okay, and that's because we haven't met our 10%. They're able to ask for these comprehensive permits.
They're allowed by law, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Planning
By law to do what?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity of the record, in the public hearing setting, and we have counsel with us this evening, and if you would like to add anything to my following statement, I think it would be germane to the proceedings this evening if the questions were asked through you, and there perhaps if there are 3 or 4 questions that someone has, that they ask those 3 or 4 questions, and then the applicant may have a certain member or multiple members of his team answer those questions. It's very difficult to have a conversation back and forth between applicant and the public as the commission and staff are listening and trying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rabbit.
And
So go ahead,
Mr. Chairman,
Campbell.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, all right, fine. I mean, let's snow over that. This is the next thing, Mr. Pimentel. You said you did a neighborhood analysis. Many times you've emphasized this neighborhood analysis. Did you talk to any neighbors?
All right, first though, Mr. Clifford, please ask your questions. Let's get all your questions out. You're not going to have a direct
Wait
conversation.
a minute. No, there's one question at a time. I'm not going to rattle.
Well, we're not going to go back and forth.
Wait a minute. You cannot dictate to me what I can say.
I'm asking you to
I
state
am
the
at a
questions.
meeting. I'm being civil and I'm asking a question.
Okay, then
Would
ask
like
them
an
to me.
answer
I'm the
to it.
chair. You ask them of me, and
No.
then we'll adjust your
I mean,
questions.
you don't know the answer to this, Mr.
I
Pimentel.
absolutely don't know the answers. Please state your questions, and then
I
we'll
am
go over.
stating my question.
Well, you
Please
state
don't
it to me.
interrupt me.
There's a restaurant with it also.
Mr.
ahead.
Pimentel, you did neighborhood analysis. Did you talk to any neighbors?
No, my neighborhood analysis was purely a collection of data on the properties so that I could compare the results of the data collected from the surrounding neighborhood, compare it to what we were proposing. Meaning
So,
density, bedrooms, number of bedrooms, lot size,
oh, yeah.
so characteristics that I would be analyzing then to ensure that are we fulfilling the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan? What would be otherwise permitted as a matter of right under zoning, albeit that this is a provision for affordable housing. So we're under the comp permit or the affordable housing plan. But it was a raw data collection.
Okay, very good. And you concluded that it's a perfect fit. Is that right?
It fits in with the character of the neighborhood, absolutely. In fact, the neighborhood's much more dense.
Very good. I doubt that the neighbors would agree with that, but I don't know where the other neighbors are. Now, do you have any idea, because you said there would be no impact on the school system, what the average number of children is per family of a low income?
It's not based on the number of children of the low income. It's based on the size of the unit. There's a plethora of data out there.
No.
2-bedroom units.
No.
2-bedroom units. No, that's a fact. 2-bedroom units on average. We're looking at 1 child in 20 units.
Wait.
There are affordable housing developments out there one development had 50-something units, never generated one child.
Hey, wait a minute now. We're talking about low-income families moving into this condo, okay? And
Well,
what
three of the
is
units.
average number of children?
Please,
per-
what's your question? You're asking how many?
Don't you guys understand English? Wait a minute.
No,
I
I'm
said,
asking you to state
what
the question.
Is,
Quiet, please.
Does
Chairman,
Mr.
it's enough of this
Pimentel-
abuse. It's enough of this abuse by this gentleman. We're not here to be abused by him. Mr. Pimentel, as you pointed out, it's a professional. He's given his professional opinion. If this gentleman has legitimate questions, fine, we'd like to answer them. We'd like to answer everybody's questions, but this is abusive at this point.
I would agree.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Peter.
since I did come in late, I wasn't sure if there was, I know at the prior meeting, we gave a little primer on the Low to Moderate Income Housing Act. And I think putting that in context really addresses the greater context of this issue, especially if people see that there's 6 units allowed under zoning. They question, why is it they can ask for 12? And I think if I could give that for anybody who wasn't at the prior meeting to give.
Sure, why don't you go ahead then?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to advise everybody, I did mute Mr. Dutrumbull. We can go back to him after Pete summarizes the housing, if that's okay with you.
So there's a state law, and this is to everyone in the audience, if you're asking what it is the board is deciding tonight. There's a state law called the Low to Moderate Income Housing Act. The purpose of that law is to promote the creation of low and moderate income housing, deed restricted to people of a certain income, and that if private developers create that housing, they're entitled to certain benefits under that law. So what it requires of the developer is that if they commit 25% of their proposed units to low to moderate income housing that is deed restricted, they have 3 benefits. The first benefit I'll call one-stop shopping. What that means is that the town has many different boards that can offer different relief. The zoning board can grant variances from the zoning ordinance. You can go to the town council to ask for an amendment to the zoning ordinance. But if you go under this act with 25% of your units as deed restricted to low to moderate income housing, the only place you need to go to is the planning board. And the planning board can grant any of that relief. That's the first benefit of this act. The second benefit of this act is that there are different standards applied to whether or not you grant that relief. Now, the standards are set out. There's quite a number of them in the planner's memo, which is hyperlinked to the agenda. I could go one by one if the board prefers, but I think to sum it up, the thrust of those standards is to look at both the local and the state need for affordable housing and weigh that against the impact that development will have on the local community. And after weighing those 2 things, if this provides a benefit to not only local affordable housing, but to state provision of affordable housing, then the standards call for approval at the local level. And that's with any conditions to mitigate any negative impact spotted by the board. Probably the last and probably the most important aspect of this act is that appeals from this board will go to a separate board, the State Housing Appeals Board. And that's a board that is made up of people outside the town throughout the state of Rhode Island. And the standard of review they apply is favorable to the creation to low to moderate income housing. So if there was a denial in this instance, the developer would be entitled to appeal to the State Housing Appeals Board, which would scrutinize this application to determine whether or not this local board appropriately accounted for both state and local needs for low to moderate income housing. So with those three items in mind, question one, why can this developer get more units than allowed by local zoning? Because they're providing 25% low to moderate income housing, and that's what the act provides. Question two, why is the board able to grant it? Because they have one-stop shopping. And then the last question, the last important piece is that any decision that comes from this board can be questioned by the State Housing Appeals Board, and they will scrutinize that decision for every municipality that has not met a state mandate to have 10% of their housing units as low to moderate income. So that needs to be in the back of everyone's mind, not only the board members, but the members of the public when you ask your questions. That's the framework that we're working in.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Now, Mr. Durumble, before we unmute you, I'm going to ask you again to address your questions to me. State your questions. Mr. Kelly will write down those questions, and then he will either answer those or he'll direct some of his staff to answer your questions. We're not going to have a debate back and forth between you and the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, this is Paul Jordan. Could I just ask a quick question of Pete before we continue?
Go ahead.
Regarding the State Housing Appeals Board, am I right in believing that any conditions that this board might attach to an approval wouldn't necessarily be applied by the Housing Appeals Board? I mean, this is our opportunity, if the board approves it, to approve it with conditions. The Housing Appeals Board can just strip all of those conditions out of any, if they were to grant on appeal. Is that true?
So if you were to grant this application with conditions?
Well, I'm saying we have an opportunity to apply conditions, but
Right.
the Housing Appeals Board might not have any interest in any conditions we might have. I mean, they're not.
Yes, so I think that's also an important point to make. If you were to grant this application with conditions to mitigate the impact, then that would be a much more difficult decision to challenge on appeal. But if you were to deny this application and it goes to the State Housing Appeals Board, if they were to overturn that decision, there would most likely be no conditions imposed on that.
Thank you.
And Peter, could you also clarify for the benefit of those listening this evening that the board has specific criteria that they need to, or findings that they need to look at for both approval or denial, and also an applicant isn't necessarily going to get something, but they can ask for a greater density than the norm?
I can address that, and if you like, I could hit each standard if that's preferred. Or
I want to make sure that it's clear without preventing the public from having their time to speak. But if you could just kind of summarize that there are criteria that we need to comply with.
Sure. So the state statute sets out the criteria that you need to consider. For approval, they list it as criteria A through G, so there's 7 standards. There's 5 additional standards for denial. But in reviewing each standard, that they look at the impact of the development and the need for low and moderate income housing, both statewide and locally. So I'll look at the first standard. The proposed development is consistent with local needs as identified by the local comprehensive community plan, with particular emphasis on the affordable housing plan, or has satisfactorily addressed where there are inconsistencies. And then the second standard, it's either in compliance with the zoning regulation or were expressly varied or waived local concerns that have been affected by the relief granted do not outweigh the state and local need for low and moderate income housing. So to simplify that, that standard says they can ask for waivers and variances from the local zoning regulations, and they should be granted unless you can show that the impact outweighs from the granting those variants outweighs the state and local need for low and moderate income housing. And I'd also say, add to that, because you can condition the local decision, your decision, the impact also need to be considered with any conditions that might be imposed to mitigate impact. So really, I think the key element in all of these provisions that you need to consider, which are listed and hyperlinked on the agenda, weighing the local and state need for low to moderate income housing against the impacts is probably the most important condition that you will have to consider.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Thanks.
Chairman, may I just quickly address that issue?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
In regard to the imposition of conditions, certainly the board has the authority to do that. I would just point out that under Rhode Island Statute 4553(6)D, if SHEB finds in the case of an approval with conditions and requirements imposed, the decision of the local review board makes the building or operation of the housing project infeasible, or the conditions and requirements are not consistent with an affordable housing plan, or if the town does not have an approved affordable housing plan, are not consistent with local needs, it shall issue a decision in order modifying or removing said conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll try to move forward. Mr. Rumble again, and again, address your questions. We'll answer them after you've finished.
It's due
Go ahead.
to, let me just ask this, what is the width of the property?
Okay, that's one of your questions. What's the next question?
What are the buffer and setback requirements for zoning,
Okay,
backyards?
okay.
Why am I not getting any answers?
We're going to answer them after you've stated all your questions. Well,
Okay.
you're not going to debate back and forth with the
I'm
applicant.
I don't want to
Okay,
debate
so-
anybody.
So you want the
I'm
width of the lot, you want the buffer and the setbacks. What else are you interested in?
I am interested in what we're figuring on is the average number of children,
All right,
the low income family. That will be drawing on our school system.
okay.
All right.
Anything else?
Let me see here. And- No, that's it. All right, let's try that.
Okay, we're going to have them answer those questions for you. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly. If you'd like,
Yes, Mr. Pimentel, could you please tell us, based upon the statistics you're aware of, what the average number of children would be in a development such as this?
So there's actually new data that just came out that was put out by Rutgers University. Once again, smaller units, smaller 2-bedroom units, 1 and 2 bedroom units generate few, if any, children. It's regardless of market rate, affordable rate, it's based on the size of the unit. The rough numbers, 1 in 20. Like I said, many of these developments don't even generate a child, but just out of an abundance of caution, we usually state that if you see 1 or 2 children, it's a rarity, but most likely you're not going to see any children generate from this. Having said all of that, that's the reason why the provision of actual single family affordable units is so difficult, because people are concerned about the fiscal impact. Although as a matter of law, it's really not a question for debate, because we're not supposed to discriminate between families, whether they have children or not. But I'm speaking, technically speaking, you'll be lucky if you see a child generated from this development or 2. It just won't happen, but if it does, that's the maximum.
okay, thank you, Mr. Pimentel.
And Mr. Duhamel, hopefully you're there. I was wondering if you might be able to see it.
In the same place.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. The lot width is 105 feet on average. It's pretty consistent. And the minimum side yard in a R20 is 15 feet.
Okay.
Could you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
The width, the average width was 55 feet in the,
105
oh,
What?
excuse me.
The width-
105.
Width is what?
parcel. The 4.7 acre parcel is 105 feet wide. And a building setback in R20, a side yard is 15 feet.
And is there?
What about the back setback?
We don't really approach that. It's within the salt marsh. The front setback, I believe, is 35 feet there. We're not proposing anything within that front yard setback.
Okay.
And what about the rear yard setbacks?
I'm just concerned with the property that, the condo property that would abut the rear of the residential areas there on, and then also, I guess, the backyards of the peoples at Mary Carpenter's. What would those two buffer areas be?
The buffer is being created on our property, on the Simone property, with a landscape buffer. There's a solid cedar fence that's going to be proposed, that is proposed at the north of the property abutting the Holden Road property. And that runs the length of the condominiums and the parking areas. In the south to the Carpenter property, the existing chain link fence that the Carpenter property has put up, and we're supplementing that with a hedge, a green hedge.
Yeah.
Hide the chain link fence, the 7-foot chain link fence, and along that whole boundary of the south.
Right. Now, how high would that cedar fence be there against Mary Carpenter's?
There's no cedar fence proposed on Mary Carpenter's. It's a Holden Road property to the north, and it's 6 foot, I believe.
What's the buffer for Mary Carpenter's?
There's an existing chain link fence out there. I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
It's very, very solid, creates a strong division line, but we're going to hide it with a green fence with a.
You're gonna plant stuff there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Drew, do you have any more questions?
No, but I'd just like to make one comment. I think the 3 low-income units versus all the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, and I'm surprised that there aren't other people here, but that may be because of the mix-up in the meeting announcement. I believe that the 3 units is not worth the impact to that surrounding neighborhood. That's all, my opinion. Done.
Thank you. Jay, we have several other hands raised, so we'll take them in order.
Yes, next person with their hand raised is Deborah Gerton. Gerton?
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hope I said that correct.
Hi, I'm Deborah Gerton, and I live on 27 Holden Road.
Okay.
I have quite a few concerns. I had sent pictures of the water. I don't know what I sent them on Saturday because we had so much rain the last few weeks. They were just compounding. So I sent them all in. I don't know if anyone looked at them.
They would distribute it to all the board members and staff.
Okay. So that is our main concern, is the water, because we suffer daily, every rainstorm. And I don't know if, I talked to Jay about it, but the water originated from across the street from Seaview. There was a fruit stand that went out of business. They sold the property and they built housing up in the back corner of Blackberry Hill up there. And after those were built, the water the first rainstorm, we got bombarded with water, and it has been pouring down our street ever since. The town it took a while, but they finally took action on it. They put drains in. up at the top near the store because that was the highest point. They couldn't put any more drains in. And they put a bump on the top of our road, which helped. But we still, as you can see with the pictures, the last few weeks, we're still getting a foot of rain around all the properties, all gathering on the roads, in the fields. And my concern is the runoff of the property that's being built is going to add to this. And in the past, they didn't realize that was going to happen, and we've all suffered. And I want to know who is going to take responsibility if our properties back up, if our basements fill up with water, with all this added water. Because now we're at like 80% of it contained. We still suffer though. We still suffer. And if we add any more, and I don't see with these detention ponds, adding water to that area, it's going to help. And I just don't understand where they're going to pump it. They keep saying they're going to pump the water out, but where they're going to put it. That's my question.
Okay. Any other questions before I go to Mr.?
That one, and also the hump that was put on the top of our street has helped immensely because the water would just pour down our road. So
Okay.
that bump is like a speed bump, which is treacherous to get out. And when people say it's like putting your life on your hands, it's because when you come out of our street, you have to put your left tire up over that hump, meaning your front end goes out into the street. And the bushes that are on the left that run along that curve as a blind, you cannot see anything coming.
How about
So my thing is we've tried taking the hump out because of the treacherousness and the water poured back in. So that bump has to stay there. If you open the curb in, because that water just trickles down, and I did send pictures of 5 feet of water that's in the side of the road and the curbing is holding it back and it's just trickling down towards the water south. If we open up the road and make a road to go in there, that water is going to pour back in there and back into the field, into the back of our property. So we're just moving the water from our street to the street behind us. That's my concern. And has anyone addressed that or thought of that?
Okay, I'll let the applicant's engineer address that.
Okay.
Chris.
Mr. Chairman, Chris Duhamel with Dupree Engineering. I have, I've received all the concerns at the last public hearing, and I've also visited the site, and I've received the videos of the November 30th storm that were provided. So I have a real good understanding of what the issues are for drainage. And as I had stated at the last meeting, we're at the master plan level, we're at the conceptual plan level, where we haven't been able to, thoroughly vet out and work out the drainage design. And I stated at the last meeting that it was our intent and it's our experience that given the soils on site that are well-drained, clean sands that are rapidly draining, that this site is ideal to capture the runoff and to store it in stone beds and to let it infiltrate at all storms up to the 100-year storm, so that we're not going to increase any runoff water within our development. We're going to capture it, we're going to store it, and we're going to allow it to drain rapidly as the soils permit back into the groundwater. So we're not going to have stormwater runoff. We're going to have recharge of the groundwater, which is one of the ideals of the new stormwater regulations. So that's from our site. We're not going to increase any runoff to the slow point of the site. The master plan has, south of Ms. Gerton's property and the Hazard property, the master plan has a stormwater detention area outlined in blue. And shame on me, I should have been more specific when I submitted this plan, but it's not meant to capture the runoff for our site. It's meant to continue to capture the runoff from north of the site, from the Holden Road properties. Right now, there is a low point where that blue area is, but the area is only 50 feet or so wide. We're showing 140 feet of width. We're showing a greater capacity to capture the runoff water that's coming from off our site onto this site. So we're trying to, with this concept, we're trying to improve the amount of stormwater management that's provided out there. If I could back up for a minute, all the videos that were provided, all the testimony that was provided for the flooding, those are existing conditions prior to any work that this applicant is proposing. These are existing problems that are very clear, and it must have, and I'm sure have been going on for decades.
And it's getting worse.
And it could be getting worse given the frequency of storms. And I agree with that. And I want to commend the town DPW for what Ms. Gerton said, that they did put up a berm at the entrance of Holden Road. That creates a gutter flow that diverts the water away from that low point. If that berm were not constructed, you get even a greater watershed that drains down Holden Road to that low point where Ms. Gerton's property is. They also installed 2 dry wells at that low point. The dry wells have a limited capacity, but it's similar to what we're speaking of, that the soils can take a large amount of runoff water. They can't take it. These 2 dry wells are definitely undersized. This subdivision was not built to the current stormwater regulations. There's no.
The dry wells you're talking about on Matunic Beach Road?
No, on Holden Road.
Where would they be?
They're on the lot line of
House 21.
On the corner of Linda's house. That's just a square drain that is constantly full of water. It does nothing.
Yeah,
It's only 2 feet. At 2 feet down, you hit water. So they just put a grate pretty much to appease the former owner because she used to crab so much. I do believe it just backs up like immediately. It bubbles. It pours outward water.
It does do that.
Yeah.
It's clearly by the videos, they're very under capacity. They fill up quickly, but over a 12-hour period, the water dissipates. And that was clear on November 30th. So the theory of dry wells, if they're sized properly, is what will work. And even in the extreme conditions that you see on the low point of Holden Road, you do see that can work. So what I'm proposing, what equals the stormwater, the DEM stormwater regulations, the conservative analysis that is required for any new development, I can say with great confidence that we're not going to have any new water, any increase in water. We're going to have a decrease in water to that low area. So the existing conditions that's on those videos showing the backup of water and then ponding on the hazard property, that can be seen on this master plan, that there's a low area. Leading up to the chain link fence on the south of the hazard property, there's a low area. It's surveyed as elevation 7. Everything around it is elevation 8. So that has to fill up, pond up, and then over top onto the DeSimone property. So what we're showing conceptually is increasing the stormwater detention area, the stormwater control area, to a much greater extent. So it allows for much more storage. So it allows for less ponding on that up gradient lot, on the hazard lot. So it would come back onto this property. Another thing that's not shown that I should have shown was that, and the town engineer was concerned about this, that we're showing ponding for the new constructed road. We're not showing a discharge through the road. So there certainly will be a discharge under the road. There'll be a level spreader so that there's no point source discharge leading further south to the Carpenter property, that there'll be potentially a decrease in runoff even from this existing flow that's coming onto our site and discharging off. So we're going to improve the amount of drainage control on the site. Will we solve the drainage? I don't believe we will solve the drainage by this. I think more work has to be done on Holden Road. There's 200 feet leading from Matunic Beach Road to the low point. There's 500 feet leading from the high point of Holden Road back west to this low point. There's quite a watershed that drains to this area. Again, it's not built to current stormwater regulations. There's no other drainage structures. All the roof leaders from the impervious surfaces on the lots lead to Holden Road and discharge to that low point. So there's quite a bit of water that drains to it. We're trying to make it less by infiltrating what our site might have generated. And we're trying to have a greater holding area on our site that would allow for a greater capacity, a greater volume of water that could continue to drain south onto our site and then further down to the Carpenter property. So we are improving the drainage within this area. Are we going to solve all the problems? We're going to look at this with the town DPW. We're going to do what we can, but this conceptually is an improvement, in my opinion, what we can do to help.
Have you
Mr.
worked with
Duhamel,
coastal?
could-
Have you worked with coastal resources?
Yes, for 30 years.
No, I mean with them, that they're working on this. They've been on it for years, and they're concerned because it's just the water it's getting worse every year. Like now it's pulling up on the beach road, going the access into the beach. There was water there this morning from Saturday's storm still sitting there. And that's where the water would have drained into the pond, which is now gone. So the water problem is getting worse down there.
It could be any number of reasons, on that significant storm on the 30th of November. Again, the gutter flow went further south on Matunic Beach Road and got into the closed drainage system, the catch basin system, and it was those inlet grates were sized to handle that large influx of flow. That it captured all the flow without overtopping and discharge across the street towards the beach area. So there could be some maintenance issues that I didn't see, but I saw an operating system that was well designed.
Now they put something into Mary's in the pond. I do believe that was a detention center, and that today, this morning is still full from Saturday's storm. It's like it hasn't drained hardly at all, maybe a couple of feet since Saturday. So that detention is not doing what it's supposed to. So how can you guarantee that yours is going to? And if it doesn't, and my backyard gets flooded and my basement gets full of water, who's responsible for that? That's what I want to know. Because I don't want a what if after this. I want this to be addressed. I want to know for sure that we're all working together to make sure that we don't all get water backed into our lots and into our basements.
I think you'll be able to see that readily if it's performing, and I'm representing that it would perform.
But who's responsible?
Economically, the homeowners association is responsible. The developers are responsible.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Duhamel, you previously had testified in regard to the water table level on this site. You've tested it, correct?
Yes, I personally dug all the test holes on the site.
And could you tell us what level the water table is when it was tested?
The majority of the site did not have water table witness within 8 feet. It's a clean, well-drained sand, category 1 DEM classification, which has the highest infiltration rate on the site. In the low area, it's a 2-foot water table because of the elevation that is within that area. So it is an area that is more susceptible to flooding, as Mrs. Guerrero said, Burton said. But
well, that water table used to be 4 feet, and it is rising as the water. I don't know if you know down there, the ocean is just pulling forward. I mean, we're losing beach. It's just part of Mother Nature. But the water level went from 4 feet. Now we're at 2 feet. So if it continues to rise and this development adds more runoff to it, what is that going to do to all of us down there that when we're dealing with this already? Why add to more? That's what I don't
Yeah,
understand.
I can't speak, I
you know.
can't speak to when it was 4 feet.
Well, I talked to
Soil
Costa Rica.
morphology
if you
takes
call
hundreds of
them,
years to show a change,
Mhm.
and I didn't see,
Mhm.
I didn't see
They've been on
that.
this project for over 30 years, trying to contain this water.
The- There's two different aspects we're talking about, stormwater runoff or groundwater hydrology, and groundwater hydrology has.
Well, they said the
higher level.
runoff, they said the water that we're getting is the runoff from the project up on Blackberry Hill, when they built up there. We never had a problem before. Once that development went in, the runoff from that, and at the time there was no regulations. So they said, oh, well, so we just suffer.
Yeah, the low
Every
point
rainstorm,
of Hol-
every
the low
rainstorm.
point of Holden Ave is collect stormwater from a watershed that is substantial.
That they put in about 20 something years ago. And that did help. We could not drive down our street. When that development went in, it was over a foot of water. The water would come into our cars. We had to park at the top of the street where the laundromat is and walk through the water. And back then we all had septics and it was disgusting. And that's what we lived with. And it took years for them to finally put those drains in. And the town was awesome. They all got, they finally realized we had to do something because we had the health department down there, because it was terrible. It was terrible conditions. And it all stemmed from that development. And this is what we've lived with since. So this is our concern, like we're going to do another development and now what's going to happen?
Okay, any other,
I would say significantly, this development is downhill, down gradient from the Holden Ave properties.
Yeah, but the
None
runoff
of
is
this
going to come the
water,
other way.
none of this water will flow to Holden Ave.
But if it
Mr. Chairman,
does,
could I
what
ask a
happens?
quick question on this topic?
Okay. How about if it backs into Mary's?
Mr. Duhamel, the areas where these detention areas are located, is that an area where the water table is greater than 8 feet?
No, the water that we,
I
Oh,
think he's
talking not
asking the engineer to answer.
okay.
What we're showing on the map is the stormwater detention area is not for this project. This project will be, the stormwater management for this project is under the roads. There'll be a bed of stone that's under the roads, and the roof leaders from the impervious surfaces of the roofs, from the driveways, from the sidewalks, it'll all be routed to the stone layer underneath the road. And that's where we have 8 foot or better groundwater tables with rapidly draining soil. So it's not your typical above ground storm system where you have catch basins that collect the stormwater and rush a peak to a low area, a detention area, and then hold it, then meter it out. This is more in conformance with what the DEM has requested, looked for, required with the new stormwater regulations, that you treat the runoff water at where it's generated, and that you recharge the groundwater wherever possible. So this stormwater system has been built in tight soils in Middletown. We've had great success with, but this site is most optimum to have an infiltration system to catch all the runoff water and to allow it to infiltrate at the source. The stormwater.
So it'd be fair to say
Blue area on
the
this
entire-
plan is to capture the offsite water to give more capacity so that it drains, it continues to drain southerly and it's held up, and then it meters out down to the south.
Okay, thank you. Any other new questions, Deborah?
If you're gonna put gravel under the road and there's only 2 feet of soil, then you're gonna hit water. How's how does that gonna work?
It won't work there. It'll work where there's 8 foot of free
So
drainage.
you're gonna just put the gravel under the 8 feet?
Yes, so the majority of this site from the limits of that blue area up are well-drained soils from going east and west.
Okay, let me just look at my notes.
All this will be vetted through design, vetted through the DEM review, vetted through the Town of South Kingstown Engineering Department. This is conceptual in nature. Again, we've had great experience with this type of stormwater management system, with this type of drainage design, so.
Has anyone gone to the site in the last few weeks with all this rain? I mean, we've been sending you pictures. Has anyone gone and seen?
Yes,
and
I
walked through
I
there?
believe you and I spoke.
This is Steve Demasi. I was there on Saturday about 10:30 in the morning. And I did go back today and look at the property.
And was there still water there? Still sloshy?
There was water down at Mary Carpenter's. There was none on Holden Road today. When I went at 10:30 on last Saturday, there was, it had just started to puddle on both sides of the road. There was water in 21 Holden and across the street.
And it goes right through the community.
Yeah, but you know, you could actually see it flowing down Holden Road from both
Yeah,
directions.
and that comes
And you
from
could
that
see-
development. Yes.
You could see some sheet flow coming from the north side of Holden Road down into the road.
Yes. So that's what we deal with. And that comes from that development. That's all the runoff from up, building up on Blackberry Hill, up on the hill.
Yeah.
And we've been dealing with this for years. So that's our concern, is that's the main concern of everyone on Holden, because that water even builds up in the back, down the end of Holden Road. I sent pictures down 101, down at the end. They got quite a bit of water these last couple of storms. It just pools, it just doesn't drain. And that's our concern, is if we keep building, we're gonna end up with more runoff, more water.
Okay, we've duly noted that.
Okay, and I think that's gonna be the main concern here. And I think that we have to work together with Coastal Resources, DEM, the builders. I'm sure we can rectify something, but that's gonna be our big concern at this point.
Okay.
And that's what we all feel at this point. We're really worried.
Okay, thank you.
Because it's been a nightmare. But thank you very much. And also, could we have a meeting with the, like the developers and just us and Holden in our area, the ones that flood? Just to talk about what we go through, and maybe they can reassure us one-on-one somehow, or if we do a Zoom meeting, we'd have to do a Zoom meeting, but maybe they could give us greater ideas of what this thing is gonna do. So give us peace of mind. Could we do something like that?
I'm sure.
With like Linda has it and the Spinellis and, across the street, there's 3 or 4 houses. We all suffer. We all go through this, and we're all worried.
Okay.
I can commit to that.
Okay, and can I send you pictures also? Did you get the pictures?
I did.
Forward pictures to the town, and the town will distribute them.
Okay, because I put them on that site. I assume they could get them. Okay.
Okay.
All righty. And that was it. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Thank you for your
Yeah.
comments.
Okay, yeah, bye-bye.
All right, Jay, can we bring in Rick?
Look, talks.
Hello.
Hello, Rick.
Rick-
Can you please
Rick
state your name and
Naraki.
address?
Yep, Rick Naraki, 101 Holden Road.
Okay.
So, I've been to a few of these meetings, and I keep, Mr. Pimentel was talking, and he was talking about what was he saying about the density of the area, and I'm pretty sure he said he hadn't been down there, and I'm wondering if when he's looking at things, he's understanding that, Mary Carpenter's, and he's comparing that to like that seasonal housing. It's pretty much a beach community with seasonal tenants. Even on Holden Road, a lot of them are not here all year round. And we're trying to kind of, compare what the density of the project and, how it conforms to what the density is, or it's under it. And so I kind of would like to address that. And I think it's kind of being taken out of context. You're comparing what's there, but it's not full-time housing. I don't know if that's been taken into consideration when he's when he's backing this fully and saying, oh, I want to take on this project, but I don't think he was there. I don't think he has seen it personally, because that's a pretty bold statement to say that this is the same kind of density as the rest of the surrounding community.
Is there any other than the density? Was there any other?
So also, one of the other things is, and really stay, on the point as the way they want to get this project through is through the low to moderate income, and the 3 units out of the 12 that would be allotted, and I still haven't seen what's the difference between the low to moderate, like those houses with the other 9 that are there. I don't see it. There's no difference to the units. So how do you determine which ones are which? And so maybe they can speak to that also.
Okay.
Like, what's the difference in the units? And why would some be considered low to moderate and others not?
Okay. Mr. Kelly, would you like your staff to respond to those questions, please?
I could respond to the first one. The low and affordable state statute requires that the units that are affordable be dispersed throughout the development. They have the same size, interior, same type of architecture, and are similar in nature to the rest of the market rate housing. So the answer to your question is there will be no difference that's apparent to the units. They'll be dispersed. And the other question, Mr. Pimentel, is how did you come to the conclusion that the density of this development would be similar to the large percentage of the surrounding neighborhood?
So when I did my density analysis, because I wanted to compare apples to apples, I did analysis of the single family development was located on Holden and the other streets. I was considering doing an analysis of the seasonal, but given the seasonal nature of it, I was concerned that people might think I was utilizing that to densify numbers, because
Correct.
It's not apples to apples. It's not a single family home development, and it's incredibly dense. But I was afraid people would argue that I was just using that to skew the numbers of the density. So I purely considered just the single family homes to the north of the development. And I went I think I did about 3 blocks. I included 59 homes, but that's all I considered in my analysis.
And in your analysis, you felt it was less dense than what's around there?
If you consider density of acreage, if you consider density of bedrooms, from all the types of features you would consider that would be applicable under the zoning dimensional criteria, the surrounding neighborhood is absolutely more dense.
Okay. I wouldn't see that as, with the amount of land that's allotted to some of those houses and what's built there, and back to that. But thank you. I'm glad you didn't use the seasonal housing as your reference point. And exactly at least you're looking at Holden and I'm assuming community, which is right around there. But,
once again, that would have been that would have been inappropriate to use.
Which happened at one of the first meetings, and that's exactly what they tried to do. So that's why I brought that up. And it was at the very first hearing. But thank you.
Yeah, let me get just a quick example. For example, that many of the home sites were 5,000 square feet or smaller in acreage size per single family home site, correct? So if you took that into consideration and just took into consideration the land deemed suitable for development, and once again, I took a conservative of 2.5 acres, it's probably closer to 2.9, but at 2.5 acres and applied a 5,000 square foot requirement, think of the number of units that could be supported here. We're not even close to that. That's what I mean about the density of this neighborhood. Granted, it's an older neighborhood. I'm not contending that we shouldn't comply with zoning regulations. What I'm saying is that the prescribed zoning regulations don't reflect the character of this neighborhood in any way, shape, or form. And the district would more so reflect the character of this neighborhood.
In the past, when you're doing, and you're trying to get in affordable housing into neighborhoods, and you're looking at tracts of land, and you're saying it's very difficult to, make a plat kind of idea or a subdivision and slip an affordable housing unit right in there. Isn't there a clear difference between those houses and maybe a larger house in that subdivision? There's like a clear difference in the size and of the units that are being built. And once again, like Mr. Kelly was addressing this, he's basically saying that there is no difference in the affordable units and the market value units. So it's clear to anyone that you're just using it as a loophole to build a project. And there's gonna be no affordable units, except maybe at the time of the original sale, where you could make the claim. But after that, they're all the same.
Maybe I'm not understanding the nature of the question. So the affordable units may be constructed slightly a little different and everything, but the intent was to ensure that people of lower moderate income can still afford to integrate within neighborhoods and communities and not have to be dispersed, right, in just select locations.
So essentially, you could say that you're putting up 12 units of moderate to low income housing, because there's no difference between the 3 and the other 9.
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
No, it's the point. It's the sale price, right? It's because
Mr. Chairman,
Rhode Island Housing, you got to get a letter of eligibility from Rhode Island Housing first.
Right.
You have to have a monitoring agent to confirm that the 3 units that are affordable are actually being sold at a point that's deemed affordable in the range of whatever you're prescribing, and B, that the individuals purchasing it, right, meet the income guidelines for the affordable unit. Otherwise, it'd be a windfall for anybody, because if you can afford to buy a market rate unit, you should not be entitled to the affordable unit. It's to accommodate people who fall within that price range, within that income guidelines.
And they'll be deed restricted as well.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
They'll be deed restricted.
Okay.
Those affordable housing units.
For the entirety of their existence, kind of like, or
what was the term of the length of the affordability clause, Mr. Kelly?
33 years.
33 years.
So, okay. It just, like I said, I don't see it on the plans, any of the plans that have been proposed. I don't see there any difference between, and other than what you just said, the sales price. If someone purchases that house, that condo, and wants to resell it, they have to still meet those guidelines as an affordable unit, like an affordable house.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And remember, the point was so that people can live in a similar arrangement as a market rate unit. This is the reason why density bonuses are necessary, because you're not entitled to build something of a lower quality and then have somebody living in a lower quality and contending that you're still trying to have them live in a similar arrangement, right?
Yeah.
Or similar environment. you're supposed to build them almost like kind, but yet the price range is much lower. This is why the comp permit process was established, and that's why there's a resulting density bonus.
Yeah, and this, and once again, like, and as we've known, you're seeking waivers to do this, and which will be either granted by this board and the residents of South, for South Kingstown. And I just, I'm hoping, honestly, that since I lived there, that, down in this area during summers, pretty much all my life, I don't see this fitting in there. It doesn't match any of the existing properties, structures, anything that's around there. I firmly hope that you do not approve this, board. This is bad news for anyone on Holden Road, Matunic Beach Road, or the Matunic, the Matunic area in general. I'm sorry, developers are not from here. They're not from this area. We are. The poor lady Deborah that was speaking before, in those other houses, they will get it. Like, it's only like with no recourse. They will have no recourse when their houses get flooded. None. And this. And I got it. I understand. Everyone understands what but I'm going to say my piece, and thank you for your time. And, I like I said, I firmly hope you decline this application.
All right.
Thank you.
For your comments, sir. All right, normally the board takes a break at 9 o'clock. It's 9:07. So the board will take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and take more questions from the attendees.
Thank you.
Only had the drainage girl put on the line for.
Have its own Advantex and bottomless sand filter, which would meet the strict criteria of protection of a critical resource area's groundwater supply. So we can design that across the site. It's not into one area. It's it'll provide the same, if not better treatment across the area. One of the reasons I had given to have one system is to have the homeowners association hire a monitoring firm to manage that one system. I've had other condominium developments where the homeowners association collectively hires the same vendor or management system to maintain the denitrification system. So that's what we'll do in this case. And then monitoring is 24/7. It's never ending by telemetry, by having any alarm that goes off, any float that goes off. It immediately alerts one, the homeowner in the house, and two, it sends out a maintenance requirement to the monitoring agent. That's the emergency nature of this. The regular maintenance of it is there's a schedule of 2 times a year that the denitrification system would be inspected, and any maintenance at that time would be performed. The tanks themselves have extra capacity in the event of a power outage. There's a pump chamber that's sized by DM regulations to hold at least 1 days of flow. So there is safeguards built within the code, within the system design, and within the monitoring and maintenance of the system. So there's a high degree of protection to the environment of this system.
Right, Chris, she also had some questions about setbacks again.
Okay, the setbacks were stated earlier as 15-foot side yard that would affect where these units are being placed, where the condominium units are being placed. So there's no relief requested for the building setbacks. We're enhancing the setbacks with buffers to the north along the Holden Ave properties. We again, John Carter, landscape architect, has designed a solid cedar fence, 6-foot cedar fence along the condominium units and along the parking area, so that there couldn't be any. One comment that came in was that there potentially be a cut through from people parking on the street on Holden Ave that don't live there. People pulling on the public street, parking, and then walking through the neighborhoods, trespassing on the neighborhoods to get over to the units, the condominium units. So one request was to make certain that the fence extended beyond the condominiums and beyond the parking areas, and that'll easily be accommodated. We can extend that solid 6-foot fence along Holden Ave to create that buffer.
So in summary, we're not seeking any relief for setbacks, and in response to a request by one of the residents that the fence be extended, the 6-foot fence, that request will be accommodated.
So where did I read that the setback was supposed to be 20 feet? Wasn't that what I read in the?
I'm not sure. It's a 20
talking about the
roadway
setbacks
that's
on the building.
proposed.
She might be
Say that
talking
again?
about the waiver for the distance between the buildings.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe that was it. And then the setback between the condos and Mary's, is that the road? Is that what you're considering the setback?
The setback is a zoning requirement for buildings. And the road is along the south boundary of the parcel that abuts Carpenter Road. Mary Carpenter's units. And there again, there's a 6-foot chain link, 7-foot chain link fence with, we're gonna create a vegetative green fence adjacent to that. We're not gonna touch the fence. We're just going to shield it. We're gonna hide the fence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Excuse me, Steve, can I just ask a clarifying question to what Andy asked about the setback?
Yep, go ahead, Pam.
This is Pam Rubinoff. What is the distance from the units to the edge of the property on both sides? So, because sometimes people think of buffers and setbacks and distance. So on the north side, abutting Holden, is the distance is what from the units to the property line of the Holden Road residence?
Well, to the property line, it's scaling 60 feet. To the houses, it's from proposed unit to the existing homes is 60 65 feet. But to the property boundary where the cedar fence will be is 20 feet at this point.
Yeah, I think she was asking to the
Okay.
property line, not to the existing homes. So it's 20 feet.
Okay, and then from on the south side, from the front side of the, well, from the front side of their properties to the chain link fence it's a 20-foot road. Is that correct? And then a buffer of what, 5 feet?
Thereabouts, maybe a bit stronger than 5 feet, 6, 7 feet. It's about 35 to 40 feet.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that and also to clarify? So from the southern portion of the buildings to the chain link fence, it's 35 to 40 feet?
Yeah, there's a variable width to it. We're well outside of the 15-foot minimum.
And then what is the distance from the northern aspect of the buildings to the road that will be installed?
There's a 5-foot sidewalk. It's about 10 feet.
Thank you.
Okay. Jay, can we bring in our next caller, Walter? Go ahead, Walter, please identify yourself.
Hi there, Steve, and Planning Board. My name is Walter Rose. I live at 854 Matuna Beach Road. My first comment has to do to Mr. Damasi as the chair of the Planning Board. I was here when the special legal counsel explained the rules for posting the meeting notices. However, that being said, I object to this meeting in all respects, as the schedule was posted incorrectly on the town's website. In the time of COVID, with nobody going out of the house, everybody's on this pause. People are trying to get their information from the town's website, and it was incorrect. The website has since been corrected to show the correct day and time. I have a picture of the bad info, but there possibly could have been more questions and potentially more opposing views if the correct information was in fact posted. And I think the planning board's chair and members should also object to the meeting and reschedule it unless it is properly posted on any and all venues. The town chose to post it on their website, and we heard about some other company. It's easy to pawn this stuff off and blame someone else for, incorrect stuff. But I think the chair, at the minimum, should stand up and take a position on that.
All right, Walter, were you present at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so you heard the legal counsel say that it was correctly stated in the 3 areas that the town is required to post it?
I did hear that.
Okay, so based on that statement, the solicitor said that the meeting was properly posted.
Well, I disagree. In any event, moving on, I think we'll go to Mr. Duhamel. I was at the last meeting. I'm pretty sure that I heard you say that there would be less water runoff than is currently running off. And I think I heard you say a few minutes ago that as of now, I don't know if you said as of now, it seems that you're still working on it to get it down below, down to an acceptable level. So which way is it? And did I hear you correctly last meeting and this meeting, first off, I guess?
Yeah, there's no change from last meeting to this meeting. The concept design is to have less runoff from this site, this development, the roadway, the sidewalk, the condominiums will be, the 100 years runoff storm will be controlled and infiltrated from those impervious surfaces. So there'll be less runoff leading to the low point that's on our site. And then I mentioned that we would be improving drainage from the Holden Ave, the north of our site, which is higher than us. We're going to be improving the drainage by creating more capacity to hold stormwater on our site. So there's no change from last meeting to this meeting.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question just to clarify this issue about the drainage?
Sure.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Duhamel, I believe you testified that the Holden Road property, including the houses, I think it was Mrs. Burton's house, the water runs off from that property onto the project property. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Is that because the Holden Road property and in the area of Mrs. Burton's house, in fact, is a higher grade than the project property?
Yes, generally it is.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that in regard to both surface water from the project property to affect the houses to the north on Holden Road, the water from the project site would have to go uphill? Is that right?
Yes, it would.
Have you ever seen that happen before? Water running uphill? And
the hesitation that you hear is that there's a depression on the hazard property that's a foot lower. So you can see that in the video that fills up and it goes to the property boundary. So that elevation 7 will be brought onto our site. So there'll be more capacity to drain the hazard land.
So the area where you have now the red icon, the blue area, that's being created on the project property to handle the water running from the Holden Road property onto the project property?
That's right. It'll give it more volume so that it won't back up readily to the house. It'll migrate to the south on the DeSimone property.
So the grade on the project
Mr. Kelly,
property.
if I can
being lowered-
interrupt, you've made your point. Can we let Walter continue his questions, please?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duhamel, you mentioned just now the low point on your site. You're going to be feeding the water to the low point on your site. And you've already explained, Mr. Kelly brought it out from you, that the water won't be heading north because the majority of the land is at a higher, higher. So that leaves the southern side, which is towards Mary's, where that pit already fills up. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so the water is going to run off your property into Mary Carpenter's lot.
The water that runs off our property will be from the Holden Road and development.
Okay, and it'll go to Mary's because it's lower than your area,
It'll pass through the site, yes,
but it'll end up in Mary Carpenter's.
as it does now, yes. Yes,
Okay, so we're going to be getting more water from your development. Okay.
that's mischaracterizing it, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry if it did. I thought I asked you if it's going to run off your property into the lower adjoining area next door to you. And you said it's not going to go north because that's higher heading towards Holden Road. And you agreed that it's going to run south into Mary Carpenter. I'm not sure how I mischaracterized that.
Everything you said just now is correct, but it's not from this, the runoff is not from this development.
It's from Holden Road, passing through your land?
That's correct. Handling up the water from this development on our site.
So the water is going to cross over your land, come from Holden Road, cross over your land, and land in Mary Carpenter's property.
It does today without any pre-development conditions do that today. It'll continue to do that.
Okay.
Mr.
And,
Duhamel, will you be controlling the release of that water to that
Yes.
property?
Yes, we will.
So it won't be one dump. It'll be over a period of time, it'll release that water?
It will, and it'll be at the sheet flow that is presently being experienced now. It won't be a point source discharge.
Okay. And by regulation, you can't increase that flow on your neighboring property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Walter. Any more questions?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Damasi, thank you. 4 or 5 years ago, Mary put in a private sewer system. I'm not sure if people are aware, but whatever. Sure, the planning board is. But anyway, before she put in the private sewer system, everyone at Mary's had an individual cesspool. So what this meant is that from the sinks, the showers, toilets, that was all going right into the ground. So that's from the domestic use. The ground, on a busy weekends, the ground was soggy just from the domestic use. Rained, immediately, you had surface water. I'm just wondering, so, and then now you're gonna send water in from Holden Road over your development into Mary's, where they've already put in, they've handled their problems. And now you're just gonna come in and dumping water into their area. Number one, I don't think that's right. Number two, I don't think it's fair. They spent millions of dollars on a private septic system. Right now, the land in your project is pretty much 0% impermeable. What percent of the land will be impermeable if this project is allowed, counting the roads and actual footprints of the buildings?
I've spent quite a bit of time going over this, Mr. Chairman. I could continue, or we could take
If you can
questions
briefly
and answer them by
if you can briefly address this question, Chris.
Okay, the impervious surfaces that are on this property, that are proposed on the D. Simone property, are the roof surfaces, the sidewalks, the 20-foot driveway. What we're proposing is to have an underground drainage system that captures the stormwater runoff generated by those impervious surfaces and route it under the road to have a volume of stone that is sized to hold the 100-year storm, and to allow for infiltration up to that 100-year storm on site without discharge to the south, without discharge to the Mary Carpenter property. So there's no, it's not like we're increasing the runoff, we're decreasing the runoff to the south.
Rich Bourbonnais, could you answer the question as in regards to Mary Carpenter's property? Do they have any water control areas, or is it, is it all sheet flow that just goes into that low area?
There's not any, I'm not familiar with any detention basins or anything like that there. Yeah, I'd like to try to, Walter, maybe it helps you a little bit, but, on every parcel, and we see it all the time, but there's always a little bit of water that's existing detained. So there are areas that are sort of like mini impoundments where water collects, and then it gets to a certain elevation, and then it'll go overland to a downstream area. In this case, what's happening is Holden Road comes over, and then it flows down in the back of the yards, and particularly that hazard property. There's a low spot there, and then it will flow onto this parcel, and it's sort of detained a little bit, and then it reaches a certain elevation that tops over, and then it goes overland, and it ends up in the trailer area there, or it's Carpenter's, or now when they go to do, and right now it's very preliminary, it's very early on, or it's at master plan stage is what's been discussed, but when they get to preliminary plan, they'll have a more refined analysis. But I've talked at length with this engineer, and I've been concerned about a couple things. First of all, I don't want to, the town's not going to want to see any increases in peak flow or peak volume up to a 100-year storm off this site. So anything that happens on here, the site can't discharge any additional water to abutting properties. So that is mostly, downstream is mostly the Mary Carpenter's area. So any increases over a 100-year storm. But also something I talked about with the engineer here is that and I'll tell you that they've already thought about it. And when I was bringing these issues up, they had already thought about it. And but the other thing I was talking about was that any existing impoundments can't be sort of filled and then allowing water to then flow straight on through from Holden's, because in my opinion, that if you are presently detaining water and then take that water and stop detaining it, you are effectively increasing flow to downstream properties. And what I've asked is that they don't do that. And Mr. Duhamel had already thought about that. And what that blue area that you see on your screen, the one on the north side of the roadway, what they're suggesting, and it's not been finalized, and it's not been maybe they have looked at it, the numbers, but it hasn't been finalized anyways. It's not ready for submission to CRMC at this point. But what he's doing there is he's taking that low area and making it much larger than it is now, so that it still will detain the same volume of water. But what it's not going to do is it's not going to stop the topping of that and the flowing of that over to Mary Carpenter's as it does today. It's not going to make it any worse, but it's also not taking a problem and pushing it onto Mary Carpenter's. I don't know if that helps, but it's something that we've certainly talked about.
Thank you, Rich.
Mr. Chairman, could I address that issue concerning the Holden Road flooding?
Okay, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Duhamel, could you move the plan to the, I think, to the west, so we can see the lower end of this property? The other way, excuse me. Maybe I've got my east and west. There you go. So, as everyone has indicated, there's as I understand it, there's a flooding issue down in this area at the end of Holden Road, and the developer has authorized me to indicate to the town that he would, at his expense, design a drainage system to try to alleviate some of the flooding down in this area by way of piping it over to his property and putting in underground facilities to assist in draining it into the soil much quicker than it does now. He would design it, etc. He would leave it up to the town to construct it if they'd like to alleviate this area due to the fact that it would have to pass through a private property, but he would donate an easement to the town, would design the system for the town to help assist in this existing situation, of course.
Well, I'm gonna stop you though, but that's not been something that we've discussed, and the town is not in the position to make drainage improvements to make a private development more palatable to the abutting property. So we are not planning on providing new drainage structures and things and whatever it takes to drain abutting properties. That's not going to happen on our part, and it's not been discussed in that fashion.
Well, just to make it clear, we're not trying to offer it to make it more palatable. We're offering it to provide some relief, partial relief.
Well, no, what you
resident.
said was that the
Excuse
town
me,
could do it on their part on, you know, you would give the town land so that we could make improvements. Well, but we're not, if you want to make improvements, but don't use us to, you know.
If I could help, Mike, Mr. Kelly, there's a lot of different alternatives that have been going back and forth. And again, at master plan, that we're conceptual, we don't have a lot of answers. So we need to work with the town DPW. We need to work with the CRMC, who are not part of this meeting. So I'm not certain at the west, we would suggest that to begin with, but a lot more work has to be done to suggest where an easement might go, or what might help or not. So we're far from that point. I don't mean to contradict, but we're far from that point.
Understood, and it's just to make it clear, we're not offering this to make it more palatable. We think the project stands on its own, and there's existing flooding conditions, which we've heard from just about every resident who's spoken, and we are just making an offer to assist if that is one of the solutions that helps the existing condition. As Mr. Duhamel testified ad nauseum, the water from this site is staying on site, and in fact, the goal of the design of the project is to reduce the water that's leaving the site or coming into the site from Holden Road. So just to be clear about that, Mr.
Okay.
Sir. Thank you.
All right, Walter, are you still there? Have we addressed your questions? Looks like Walter is hung up. Okay, looks like Ed Sapins is the.
Walter has his hand raised again. You want to go back?
Oh, yeah. Walter, would you like to finish up?
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. I lost my connection for a second, but I got back in. Thank you. What type of fuel is going to be used in these proposed units? Are they using gas, oil, propane, electric?
I don't know if Mr. DeSimone is. Steve, are you on the call? I believe they normally bill with propane, but.
Okay, so that's more traffic and more heavy traffic. And my final comment.
Walter, Mr. DeSimone is here. I think he's prepared to answer that. Steve?
Good evening. Will you state your name, please?
Come here. Okay. Good evening, Walter. Good evening, board. Thanks for having us tonight. Yes, generally, we do go with high efficiency propane units that use forced hot air to heat any of our units, and condensers for air conditioning.
Okay, so that's heavy trucks coming in and out of the propane. Thank you for that. And final comment, there used to be a fence along Mary Carpenter's up on the sidewalk on the bend over there, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. Well, they took the fence down and then they went to put it back up, and there was a problem with the town line. Some of the road belonged to Mary's, and some of Mary's belonged to the town. So I'm just wondering if anybody knows if this was ever resolved, as it may lead to a different line of sight if and when it does get resolved. And that would be the end of my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Walter. Rich, I don't know if you have any.
Simone, you still there?
We have a class 1 survey completed that shows our boundary.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything more to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I am still here.
Our next attendee, I believe.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Jay Parker, sorry. Someone had asked if Mr. DeSimone was still on the call, and I did allow him to speak. I don't know if whoever asked wants him to answer a question.
Yes, thank you. Mr. DeSimone, the last caller suggested there'd be a lot of heavy traffic as a result of the properties being serviced by propane. you tell us, based on your experience, how many times a month a propane truck might come in to fill up tanks?
Thank you, Michael. This is Steve DeSimone. Generally, less than once a month, every couple of months in the winter, and not at all in the summer, as a general rule, especially for smaller two-bedroom units.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Jay, our next attendee is Ed. Ed, if you unmute yourself and state your name, please. The lower left side of your screen, you should see a, move your cursor over there. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Did I do it?
Yes, you did, Ed.
Okay.
State
Thank
your
you.
name and address, please.
Ed Stapens. I live off Washington Street in the village of Matunic.
Okay.
Segue into just have 3 questions. My situation is a little different than most. I'm a old guy going on 63 and I'm confined to a wheelchair, and I use the village, been living in the village almost my whole life. And regrettably at age 33 became paralyzed. So I try to get my exercise around Matunic and my general path for my residence. I go up Washington Street and down Matunic Beach Road and to the Vanilla Bean parking lot typically, and generally either head over to the beach or up onto Blackberry Hill and cut through and go back home that way. So my first, losing power here. I'm still scratching my head over the comment that was made, how anybody with any degree of certainty can predict that a 12-unit complex would produce no children. I can't fathom that, how realistically somebody could claim that. But be that as it may, my question is about, even if there aren't any kids, there are certainly going to be cars. My question, how many parking spots are included in this proposal for the 12 units?
Okay, was there any more questions before we go to the engineer?
Well,
you want to know about the number of parking spaces for the units and
my reason for asking that, again, it's personal in nature, is because I heard another comment that that this proposed facility would produce approximately 1 vehicle every 2 minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in my case, the route I just described, coming down from Washington Street, Matunic Beach Road in a chair, down to Vanilla Bean takes me, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, which in my case means I'm going to pass, what, 15 extra cars, not something that I would be in favor of. So I'm just asking about the vehicles. If there's, assuming for the purposes of this discussion that there'll be no children, how many cars? You can't say there won't be any cars.
I think he was referring to at peak time, but I'll let Mr. Kelly or his staff answer that.
Thank you. The peak hour condition is the time that we measure cars by, because it's the busiest. And there was a conclusion by Mr. Shevlin that at most there would be 1 car every 2 minutes in the peak hour. So that's 1 hour of the day in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. And as I said, be 1 every 2 minutes, just coming out of the driveway or going in.
And how many parking spaces are proposed?
2 per unit, 6 overflow, so there's 30 total.
Okay. Did you get that, Ed? There would be 30 total parking spaces.
I did hear that. These are year round, right? So in the time that I typically enjoy the quiet, I call it the quiet time of the year, these 30 cars would be accessing, these are year-round units. These aren't seasonal, correct?
Yes.
Well, actually, it depends on who purchases them. They may be seasonal, and some may be full year, all the time. Some will be low and moderate. There'll be 3 low and affordable. I would assume that those are probably full-time, but the rest, we don't know.
Appreciate that. Then my next question is, does anyone know, maybe I missed, I was not able to tune in, and Mr. Parker helped me get set up, but I wasn't sure whether anybody from the Rhode Island Historical Preservation and Heritage Commission had weighed in on this project due to the possibility of artifacts.
They submitted a letter, I believe.
Yeah, through the CRMC process, through the preliminary determination, RIHPHC was consulted and given approval for this level plan. This says this project will have no effect on any significant cultural resources.
And is there a possibility I could see that? They did.
Part of the record.
If you go to our agenda, there's a list of documents that are included. If you click on those, you will see the letter they provided.
I'm going to do that. And they did that without any digging. Did they investigate it all, or did they just out of hand make that call? Just curious.
There was no on-site archaeological dig, if that's what you're asking. They looked at their resources. They looked at the eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. And from that, they made this determination.
Okay. I'll review that. Appreciate that. I won't take up much more of your time. I just want to say that I firmly oppose this proposal, but if inevitably it is approved, could you tell me what the appeal process might be?
I could answer that if you like, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Peter, please.
Thank you, Peter.
So there's 2 separate appeal processes between a grant, between a denial or a grant with the conditions that the developer does not approve of. The developer has an option to appeal to the State Housing Appeals Board, as we discussed earlier. And a butter within the notice area that wants to appeal an approval of the project can appeal to the Superior Court. And that would just go under the standard administrative appeal standard of review, where they look for legal error, but any findings of fact are reviewed in a deferential manner. So there's 2 different appeals processes. A grant, a butter appeals to Superior Court.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Okay, our next call looks like Zach.
Good
Go ahead,
evening.
Zach, state your name, please, and your address.
Zach Valier, 27 Holden Road, Tunic.
Thank you.
I have one question. Developer has his experts. Can the town have an independent environmental expert weigh in on the impact of this development and the surrounding areas at all?
Staff want to answer that question?
Mr. Chairman, the board does have the ability to retain the expertise if they deem necessary. Again, we do have access to a professional engineer. You do have access to 3 planners that are your staff. two that are AICP certified. And I think between the three of us, there are some 70 years of experience between your planning staff. If we add your town engineer to that, there's probably 100 years of experience between the four of us. Again, there may be a specific expert that you may deem you need some additional guidance from, but that is your decision.
But that would probably be something that we would pursue at preliminary versus at a master plan at this point.
I think, right.
I see a shaking
tend
head.
to agree with you that the level of detail that expert would be looking at is primarily at the next phase. This phase is really looking at the density aspect of that.
Maria?
Yes,
see you shaking
I
your head.
don't agree with that. That is a matter for the board to decide. And often these kinds of outside consultants are utilized at the master plan stage so that you can gather enough information in order to make a decision, because by the time you get to preliminary, it's too late. They're vested in their density.
Well, I only said that because in point of fact that at this stage in the master plan, it's kind of late for us to bring in and contract an expert.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify my comment was that it is the board's discretion to bring on the experts they need.
Yes, okay.
They feel they need.
Any other questions, Zach?
I think that should be it for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Carol?
Yes, Carol Ross, 101 Holden Road. A few things I want to clarify. You mentioned a fence going along the whole length of the property, and I'm wondering if you could show us on the map how far on the far east end of Holden Road will that fence go?
The landscape plan has it more, but you can see, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It goes beyond the parking lot up to that blue area.
Right. Well, so you don't anticipate it going any further than where you just stopped?
That's where it's proposed now. We can look at buffering and it's
so
meant to hide the cars in that area.
Right. So what is to prevent anybody from going down Holden Road and cutting through my yard actually, and when there's no more fence to block the way?
Are you talking foot traffic?
I'm talking, yes, because when there's no, I know for a fact that they use Holden Road as a parking lot because they don't like to pay the fees at the beach. So people are gonna, and if they can't have enough parking at where the condos are, they will for sure park at that end of Holden Road and cut through if they know there's a cut space there. I've seen it happen in years past, but now that it's all overgrown, it doesn't happen as much. So that's one question I'd like to see addressed, that fence, why is it stopping right there? If the property goes further down because the detention pond is still there, what's going to be holding? There's no boundary between the water detention pond and the other properties, the abutting property.
We can certainly look at it. I don't. I'm taking what your concerns are down. I don't know that.
You see where it says the unnamed street?
My question would be where would they go beyond that? But we can work out that design.
Yeah, definitely, because that we talked about that detention pond at the last meeting, and I had voiced some concerns about stagnant water and mosquitoes, etc. And I'm wondering, right where that pond ends is that's where the land slopes again. So the water is going to drain right down to where the far east end of Holden Road is, where it floods during heavy rains now. I did send pictures to the planning board. So if that is, I'm wondering how that's going to be addressed. You mentioned some pipeline or something, but That doesn't sound like it's really determined yet.
It is not. It's conceptual in design, and I did mention the concern of ponding water there, and it may be because of DEM regulations, CRMC regulations, that a water quality volume can be treated underneath the parking lot that's there without having another basin. So it might eliminate that concern altogether. But I need to work on that more, and then once that's done, we'll make certain that there's a buffer and that the fence is extended as required, and we'll look at pedestrian traffic in that area, because the chain link fence goes from the Carpenter development goes quite far. I don't know.
Into the marsh?
Yeah, I don't know how a cut through would develop there to begin with, but that's
Well, I can tell you the cut through, I can visualize it myself. If you see just west of the unnamed street, which would be my yard, where your red dot is, they can cut through there, and then if there's no fence there, they can
that's right.
go west and cut through where the parking lot is. They can get around it if there's no fence.
That's right. There's no fence here today, but there is a fence on the south. I'll have to meet with you to find out how to discourage that cut through.
Okay, and my other concern is obviously the drainage, and I'm still concerned about the stagnation of the water in the detention pond, because I have a great fear that that's going to be a breeding ground for mosquitoes. We have enough already, but that's beside the point. It's just not it's a health hazard, and it needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't hear anybody really talking about the health aspect of it, but as a healthcare professional, it's one of my primary concerns.
I think the majority of mosquitoes would be from the salt marsh. It's expansive in area.
Well, we do have our fair
We'll
share
make
of
certain
it.
that we don't add to that concern with our drainage system on the west.
And I have one more comment to make. We've talked ad nauseum about the traffic on Matunic Beach Road, but one thing that really hasn't been addressed, and where the curve is, where the entryway to the condos would be, and south of that, there's also a huge amount of foot traffic, especially in the summer season, because people walk, a lot around here, and also the foot traffic going to the Vanilla Bean. That's like a very popular place, and people walk there from Mary Carpenter's, from Holden Road, from the whole area. So foot traffic is pretty heavy, and that really hasn't been addressed, but it is a problem. There are a lot of children that cross over to get ice cream, and it's something that should be thought about as well.
The foot traffic is a measure of the safe stopping distance. The vehicles being able to see oncoming vehicles that are traveling at that accelerated speed of 31 miles per hour. So having foot traffic would be that much easier to accommodate, to have great safety on, with that sight distance being clear.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I haven't heard foot traffic mentioned, for that area, but I wanted to bring it up so that it's considered.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Any more questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ronald Martin.
Yeah, Ron Martin, 420 Matunic Beach Road. I just had a couple of questions. One is, it's the first time I've called in, but I don't know where they came up with the 31 miles an hour. I've lived here for 20 years, and that number is way low. If you talk to the police department or the town hall, the town administrator, whatever, the number of calls they get about speeding on this road, I will assure you, don't reflect the 31 mile an hour, average speed limit, for a vehicle. And the other thing I'm just curious about is, it seems to me that all of this is based on, I'll call it the hypothetical numbers, occupancy rates and things like that. What happens when somebody buys a unit, it's got 2 bedrooms, and they decide they only want to be here in the summer, and they decide they want to rent it out to college kids? And we all know that they, you know, they live a little more densely than other people. And so all of the numbers about the septic systems and cars and all the rest of that stuff, those are all going to get blown away. And you know it's going to happen because it's happening throughout the rest of the community down here to a fairly decent extent. So I don't see any mechanism for controlling the occupancy of the units. And if you can't do that, how can you be sure that all of these engineering, you know, analyses that you've done are going to hold? There's no margin for error here. If there's more people in the houses and the septic systems fail, where's that going to go? You know, if there's more people there and, you know, there's they shoehorn cars in to park or whatever, where's that traffic going to go? And the area does not need any more traffic. Absolutely does not need any more traffic. And I worry about all of this, that as far as I can tell, with all the numbers you got, there's no room for error here. And if the people actually buy these houses, you can't blame them. If they don't use them the way you assume they're going to use them, things are going to be a lot different. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald.
Mr. Chairman, in regard to the 31 miles per hour, that was based upon an actual speed analysis, speed study that was conducted by Parr and Associates. The 85th percentile was 31 miles per hour. The speed limit is 25. So that's based on actual counts. In regard to the comment about occupancy, et cetera, as we've discussed, the yield plan would allow 6 units, which could have 4, 5 units, plus the commercial unit, a restaurant or whatever, a store at the front of the property. I would suggest that it's a lot more likely that a 4 or 5 bedroom unit would be more likely to be rented than these 2 bedroom units, which I would further suggest would be pretty expensive for students to rent. So the yield plan might result in more occupancy, certainly would, I think, result in more occupancy than the 2 bedroom units that we're proposing.
I think college students, that's why they shoehorn kids into smaller places, because they share the rent. So the average cost is affordable. So it's not like there's 2 bedrooms and you get 2 people in there. There's 2 bedrooms, you probably got 6 people in there. This happens all over the place. I mean, everybody knows that. And I'm not arguing with whoever did the traffic study, but it must have been in a period of time where no one was around, because like I said, I've been here 20 years. I walked that road, you know, a lot. There is 31 miles an hour is a pipe dream.
All I can tell you is that's what the results of an actual study. Do some people travel faster than 31? They probably do, but 85% of the people are going 31 miles an hour.
Well, like I said, that must have been in dead winter at midnight, because that is not true. I mean, spend some time here yourself and you'll see what the average traffic does. There's nobody doing 30 miles an hour. And check with the police department, see how many calls they get. Check with the, you know, the town administrator, see how many calls he gets personally about the issue over here. It's not, that is not anywhere near an accurate number.
Okay, thank you. If you have any further questions, Mr. Martin?
No, thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you. Carol has her hand raised again.
I just wanted to make one comment about.
Just state your name again, please, Carol.
Oh, yes, Carol Ross, 101 Holden Road. Gentleman had mentioned the possibility of rentals in the new condos, and my feeling is that they will probably become rental units for the wintertime to college kids. And living on Holden Road, I can tell you that it doesn't matter the size of the house, because even if they rent to 3 people, there's always many more I can tell you that across the street from me, 3 people rented, but the other night there were 7 cars there overnight. So it doesn't mean a thing as to how many people you rent to. They're going to push as many people they can into the units. So that's all I wanted to say. So that'll increase the density as well.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman,
Thank you. Yes, Peter.
so I just a comment to the college student comment. For any resident that notices that issue, either in any unit in town, including these units if built, town zoning ordinance restricts occupancy to either families related by blood or marriage, or no more than 3 unrelated persons. So if there is a situation where you're living next to a house with 2 bedrooms where they're cramming college students in, you could report that to the zoning enforcement officer to look into. So I just note that to perhaps alleviate some concern in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Peter. All right, Tammy Grant has her hand up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, many of the things that I'm
Tammy,
concerned
can you state your name and address, please?
Tammy Grant, 76 Holden Road. I do like what was just said as far as there really doesn't seem to be a margin for error. I've been really looking at the road itself on the project, and I believe, what is that, you're saying it's 22 feet wide? What's the size, what's the width of the road?
Mr. Chairman, would you like to speak?
Yes, go ahead and answer that, please, Chris.
It's 20 foot wide, and I'd like to speak to the margin of error as well.
Okay, well, my question is, I understand it seems to be, you go, wow, that's a lot of parking spaces, but the reality of life down in Matunic is that, yes, most people do, family comes down, you have 4 people come down, that's 4 cars on a Saturday, maybe 3 on a Sunday, there's 5 the next day. That's just the life in Matunic. The question is, where would all those cars go when people are visiting on weekends? If it is a rental, where are all of those cars going? Because you cannot park along the road anywhere in Matunic.
Okay. Were there any other questions you had for the engineer before I have him answer?
I think they've gone over many of the things, but my problem is the car
Okay.
situation.
Chris, would you like to address that?
Certainly. We could potentially design more overflow parking. But the client does not want us to do that. He's trying to create a high-end condominium development, not a area that would be having, a lot of cars and parking across the site. It's a different development than that. If you look at the units that are being proposed, they're very high-end as well. And as far as a margin of error, with regards to septic systems, there is a high level of safety just by the DEM code. The septic systems themselves, they don't have their time dose. They don't have a plug of wastewater that would potentially overflow the leach field and make it fail. It's dosed over a 24-hour period, so there's small spurts of wastewater that get to it. The amount of flow that's being generated is much less than what the code makes us design for, so that there's safety in that area as well. So in access to the site, the fire access to the site, the 20-foot wide and the turnaround access is all being provided for. So we're sidewalks are being provided for within the development itself as well. So there is really no characterization for there's a margin of error that we're working with. We're over designing for what is being proposed by this developer. He's not looking for an area that will have a large parking and overflow within this area. And if we did provide that, I believe we'd have concern or questions raised. Why are we proposing that much parking?
Thank you, Chris. Tammy, any further questions?
Well, again, I'm more concerned with this. I live on Holden Road, and the road itself, I am one of the one houses that actually has a paved driveway. Anytime there is any large vehicle coming down that road, they have to back up or they have to use my driveway. So if my road, but when I look at this is saying that it's a tad bigger, there is no room for larger vehicles, and there is no room for parking on a road that's wider. The new development has a much smaller road, and now you're saying that there is going to be sidewalks. I guess maybe I'm not good at puzzles either, but I'm just not really seeing the vision of where these things will actually fit.
Well, they will have to provide a space for a fire truck to get in and turn around.
Okay.
So if a propane truck or a garbage truck goes in there, they're smaller than a fire truck. So they will be able to turn around at the end of that road, which currently on Holden Avenue, you can't.
No, you can't.
Even when I looked at it, I had to back up.
Right.
into a
Or turn in my
driveway.
driveway.
I don't know if I was in yours, or I was in somebody's driveway, but but they will, part of the regulations, and the fire department has to sign off on that they're happy with the access to the property and they have the ability to turn around.
So I guess maybe this is not the question that would be answered, but if it's not, you can tell me. Because parking is a huge issue. If all these spaces are being utilized by the, 2.3, each person would be allowed, each unit, I'm guessing, 2.3, where would the other cars go and who is going to enforce that? Or overlook that?
Chris?
Did the town look at additional parking and not suggest it or approve of it, or that's my understanding. And then again, the builder, Mr. DeSimone, is not looking to have a frat party of that nature. These are high-end condominiums that he wants to keep.
Yeah, I don't believe at this point that the planning board has discussed whether they feel the parking that's proposed is adequate or whether they would suggest more. But part of
Okay.
it's going to be limited to the amount of impervious surface we create and where that water is going to go if we create that area. So, okay, Tammy?
So we're meeting the zoning requirements of two spaces plus we have an overflow. That's how this is being proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Robert?
Yes, hello. My name's Robert Atkinson, 854 Matunic Beach Road, Unit 41. I have a question. These units are supposed to be purchased for the purpose of year-round dwellers, not for rentals, correct?
I mean, we don't know that.
How can we assure us that the people living in the area, that these units will not be turned into weekly rentals during the summer? Is there a way that the homeowners association could incorporate some kind of mandate that these won't turn into weekly rentals during the summer and student rentals during the winter?
Mr. Kelly?
You can address that, Mr. Chairman. Yes. The homeowners association or the condo association could adopt those rules if they saw fit to require that all the unit owners agree to that. I have seen it in other condo developments throughout the state and other states. And usually there can be, I've seen restrictions on the number of months. In other words, there'd have to be a minimum rental of 3 months or whatever. That's popular in Florida, but that would be up to the homeowners association and or the initial declaration documents. And,
Okay. Okay,
but,
I
that would,
understand that.
that would-
I
that
understand.
would
I can
restrict,
Okay,
yeah, that would restrict the property rights of these condo owners that other residences in the area don't have. But I understand your point.
well, the point is that, that's right. That would occur after the purchase and construction of these units. It wouldn't, it's not assuring us as the people in the area prior to the purchase and construction of these units that this could not happen.
Well, as I just said, I'm not aware of any restrictions on anyone else's property in the area. And as your town solicitor just said, Mr. Squires, there are zoning ordinances and provisions that restrict the number of people that can reside at these or rent these properties throughout the town.
Any other questions, Robert?
Well, so still there's no assurance that this couldn't be, that this wouldn't turn into 12 units of weekly rentals during the summer. Or maybe not 12, maybe 9 because of the low income people.
Well, I just heard from, we just heard from one of the residents on, I think Holden Road, that that's taking place over there at the present time. And the solicitor suggested that she contact the zoning officials. So, why this development would be singled out for that type of restriction, I don't see any valid reason for that. But as I said, it's up to the condo association to make that decision.
Well, we as property owners in the area would like to know this up front. You know, could it be, or would it be, or possibly be turned into weekly rentals during the summer and student rentals during the winter?
I think I answered that, and I don't have a crystal ball to tell you what's going to happen in the future.
So we can't be assured of that.
I think what he's trying to say is that everybody else in Matunic has the right to rent their property.
No, that's not true. Exactly. People in Mary Coppins cannot rent their properties out. People in Roy Coppins cannot rent their properties out.
Well, okay, you're talking about leased properties, leased land.
Leased properties, but owned dwellings.
Okay, well, that means that they have an association agreement.
No, it's really
Correct.
put up by the owners.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
probably in the lease.
But anyhow, my point was, okay, I understand what you're saying, Michael Kelly. But my point was, we as people in the area who dwell and live in the area will have no assurance that this couldn't happen. And you're saying no. So that's my point.
Okay, thank you.
That wasn't my answer.
Well, I think that was my point, that we don't have any insurance, and you said, no, you don't.
I didn't say that, sir.
In so many words.
We're not going to have this.
I told you it would be up to the condo association. That's my answer. I'm not going to answer it again.
Okay. If you don't have any new questions, Robert, we'll move on to the next.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Lissiker hasn't spoken yet, so we'll bring them in. Go ahead.
I believe that's Jocelyn Leska.
Yep.
Jocelyn, if you could-
There you go.
Hi, guys. Good evening. How are you?
Good. State your name, please.
It's Jocelyn Leska, and I own a property at 8 Antique and also in East Matunic. First, I want to tell you what a great job you're doing. This is a lot of pressure in a very pressurized time, and I think you're doing a wonderful job. I have a couple of questions. I was a little confused by the plan and the shared septic system. And what I want to know is, if the shared septic system fails, where else can it go? And what happens to the drainage if that's elevated over Mary Carpenter's, and as was so astutely pointed out by Mr. Kelly earlier to another citizen, water doesn't flow upstream, so it must flow downstream. So if the septic system fails, does it not then flood Mary Carpenter's? And where does that septic system go? Because I don't see another place for it. That's question number one. And in keeping with that question, I heard a resident, and I don't know who it was, ask for an independent environmental evaluation by a consultant that the town provides. And I'm going to ask for that again and reinforce that. I did hear Mr. Rabbit, who I have not met yet, kind of justify that there was enough in our planning committee, or planning department rather. But I would suggest for a development like this, we really need an independent outside of the town and outside of the developer. And so whoever it was that asked that, I'm appreciative of the question and I would second it. And the third thing that I'm confused about, because I live in a situation in my development where this occurred, the homeowners association. What responsibility does the town bear for ensuring that a homeowners association is created, is carried out, is enforced, does the things that it's supposed to do in its deed restrictions? Because in a lot of developments in town, including South County Hills, that never, ever, 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 ever happened. So I'd like to know how the people who abut this property and should be protected from adverse conditions created by the development, including a failing septic system with sewerage that will run down and flood Mary Carpenter's in a New York split second, and by a homeowners association that the town has absolutely no authority to enforce and follow up on, are protected. And I think that pretty much does it at this point. And I thank you for your time and I appreciate your kindness. Some of the people who have been speaking tonight are 80 and 85 years old. And so I appreciate your patience and your kindness. They've been in Matunic for generations. Thanks.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Chris, why don't you address the septic system?
Sure.
We testified that it's going to be changed, and then I'll address the homeowners association issue.
Certainly, the septic system, that concern was raised at the last public hearing. Why just one location? And I had stated that the soils are optimum across the site, and that it doesn't have to be one location. So without any extra cost or without any less oversight, I propose now that we can put 6 septic systems, septic leach fields on the property, 1 per duplex. So each septic system would be equivalent to a 4-bedroom house. So it's not something that is considered a large system or something that's unmanageable. It would again have the same oversight and restrictions for use for monitoring, that if there was any failure, that New York Split Second would be to call the maintenance provider. Atlantic Solutions is typical in this area that provides that service. So an alarm would go off to the maintenance supervisor, and he would schedule, or she would schedule to get on site. There is room within the tanks for any particular overflow. There's the homeowner that would be monitored, would have the same alarm within their kitchen. So the chance of having a discharge to the surface is negligible at best. If it has to be rebuilt, it can be built in another area. It can be built in place in the same soils. The sand filters are typically 8 feet by 10 feet, or somewhere in that order, for a 4-bedroom septic field within soils that are this this optimum. So the septic systems are designed by DEM standards. Technology is such that it has less of a the clarified effluent has less of a loading on the soil itself. The soils aren't saturated. They're discharged over a 24-hour period. So there's a lot of reasons why these systems are required within this critical resource area. So down gradient, the Mary Carpenter's properties, I can't think of any situation where the low flow effluent would overtop and get into the properties as considered. If anything, it would be stopped at the source and be maintained within a 24-hour period.
6.6 does sound like an improvement over 1. There's no question about that. So thank you for the update. Although certainly it's not my field of expertise. I'll wait for the independent environmental engineer to weigh in on that.
Oh, and there again is the DEM has oversight on this. That for the testing, for the location, for conformance with the regulations, and for inspection of the system as it installed. There's a requirement to have a recorded operations and maintenance contract. So there's quite a bit of safeguard.
And then the hard question for the town is who oversees the homeowners association?
I could answer that.
Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
So I haven't had I've done dozens and dozens and dozens of condominium projects, and I haven't seen a condo project that did not have a condo association. It's required by law. The developer has to start it up, and after a certain number of units are sold, then it gets turned over to the owners who elect their own officers and directors, etc. In addition, I haven't seen a condominium association that didn't have strict rules and regulations, because everyone in the condo association wants to protect their investment. So if one of the condo owners is not acting properly, etc., it's certainly in their interest to stop that. And the condo association has the authority pursuant to their rules and bylaws to fine individual condominium owners that don't comply, either pay their association dues, or they're doing something in violation of regulations, using common area, and they have the ability to fine them, and they have the ability to put liens on the properties. So the condo association has a lot of power, and I've seen them use that, actually defended.
Mr. Kelly, I appreciate the explanation of the homeowners association responsibility.
Yes.
What I want to know
Well,
is who oversees that. That's what I want to know. Who's the regulatory body besides a courtroom that oversees a homeowners association? Because we have more than several. We have quite a few developments in South Kingstown who were, quote, supposed to have a homeowners association, and that didn't happen because the town doesn't have oversight. And I think that condition probably still exists, and that's the problem, Mr. Kelly. It's not whether or not the homeowners association is supposed to be formed, is formed, does get formed, follows the rules, takes each other to court. I don't really care. What I care about is who oversees it to ensure that it does get formed, because currently the town does not have that regulatory authority. And I think that needs to be faced and dealt with. That's what I think the issue is, really, not necessarily from a developer's point of view, but from the next door neighbor's point of view. And perhaps Mr. Rabbit might be in a better position to address the regulatory ability of the town of South Kingstown. Because, thank you, Steve.
Council to answer that. Excuse me, Mr. Kelly. Excuse me, Mr. Kelly. Mr.
You
Kelly.
have the authority to place a condition on if you were to give an approval, you have the authority to put a condition on that. The condominium association has to be formed, and the form of the condominium association can be reviewed by the town. I've seen that many, many times.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, thank you. Peter,
And,
you want to jump in?
Sure.
Council.
The one point I would add on that, because we will be reviewing those documents if this goes to the next level of approval. For aspects of that could impact the public, using, for example, maintenance of drainage infrastructure. We could insist on a clause, and I think we should, that if the association doesn't keep up that maintenance, that the town be allowed to go in, maintain that structure, the drainage infrastructure, for an example, and then place a lien for the work that's done. And we could include a notice requirement and those type of provisions, but we could work that out so that if the condominium association doesn't do what they should be doing, the town would have a legal right to go in, do the work, place a lien, and then try to collect that from the homeowners at that point.
Thank you very much for addressing my
Peter.
questions.
Thank you, Peter. And I've seen that quite frequently in other condominium developments in other towns where the town had the ability to come in, fix a common structure or whatever, and then seek compensation and put a lien on the properties.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we are approaching 11 o'clock, so we do have 3 more hands raised. I'm going to take people that haven't spoken yet, which is Linda Hazard, but I'd like to be able to wrap this up by 11. The board usually ends its meetings at 11. And I'd like to have some discussion by board members before we close out tonight. So go ahead, Linda.
Hello,
Okay,
I'm Don Hazard, 21 Holden Road.
okay.
I have just one question. If this does go through, or even if it doesn't, is there going to be no parking signs posted on Holden Road?
Well, this board doesn't have the authority to do that. That would have to go through the police department.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Rick?
Hey, thanks a lot. One more question. And this can maybe be answered, through Pete and Rich, the town engineer. And going on, what the parking spaces are. We have 12 units assigned 2 parking spaces apiece with an overflow of 6. All right, and hypothetically, worst case scenario, they're all rented out, and they're all rented out to during, because they can be rented, and we have an excess of cars down there. And one of the reasons that Chris Duhamel stated was they don't want to put any more parking in because it wants to be a high-end condo association here, which with so 9 units of high-end condo association with 3 units of low-income housing. But what would happen if you say it actually needs more parking? You have 3 people there with cars. That's 36 cars, and there's simply not enough spaces. There's only 30 spaces. So worst case scenario, Peter says, hey, you can have up to 3 people that are not related living in a unit. That was what you said legally. So worst case scenario, you had all those units rented with for college kids or what have you, and that equates to 36 cars. So legally, they could do that. Now, my question is for the town engineer, what would happen if they had to add more spaces to the water runoff, like to that area? If they added more parking, would it be able to sustain, that changes a lot of dynamics of where that water goes and what happens. And I think that's probably not so much, the argument being from Chris, the high end. I think that's one of the reasons that they're not having more spaces is because it's going to affect the water table and the drainage. So they're trying to limit these these parking spaces, and because they know that it will greatly affect where that water goes if they add more, which they should, because it's clearly going to need more parking.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. if anyone wants to address that, or if I said something that, you know, maybe the town engineer.
Before you go, Chris, the thing, and we've had other developments in town where, it's all
Rich, you're kind of muted. We can hear you, but not, we don't have much volume.
Okay. Can
Better.
you hear me a little better? All right.
Yeah.
So, we've had other sites in town where, it's all built out. And then maybe sometimes it happens without a request where they would pop in a couple extra spaces here and there, but we'll usually try to monitor that, and then we'll come down on them and ask that they upgrade drainage or they upgrade, previous narratives that were done. In this case, go to CRMC, whatever they'd have to do to mitigate for any problems they cause. So if those spaces are not shown now, they will not be able to add them later. Now, without going through that process. Now, if, they could do on-street parking here, I suppose. It's a 20-foot wide proposed driveway / roadway, and we have other roadways in town that are 20 feet wide, and they're allowed to do that. The inconvenience would be, on themselves. What I also see a lot of times with these types of developments that are, they're highly regulated by homeowners associations that do develop properly, as we discussed in that last discussion. But generally they self-regulate. They may impose that they can't do on-street parking, but effectively they could, and then they would have space for that. But that parking would be happening on already accounted for impervious pavement. So we're not going to be concerned about that. If they add spaces though, then we're going to be concerned about that. And we generally try to keep track of that, Rick. I don't know if that answers your questions a little bit.
Yeah, and, I'm just saying that it seems like I just really don't think there's enough parking for the amount of units, and that's my general thought. And it seems like they don't want to add them because, maybe for other reasons like the water runoff, because they need that land, to absorb the existing rainwater or, in that area. And if they have more impervious, parking spaces, it'll affect it, and it'll be detrimental to the project. That was my thought as I listened to this.
Your concern is absolutely valid, and what you're describing happens all the time. But we do try to keep track of that when that happens. So.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, once again, and this goes back to what Peter was saying, was really, we're talking about 2 people per unit, but we can have up to 3 people living there that are not related. That's really like that's your ideal college situation. You got 3 people renting a two bedroom. Who's doubling up and who's getting the single room? Like in we. If college renters,
Rick, the number of bedrooms doesn't mean the number of people.
True.
They're not the same. And the number of bedrooms, so septic systems are designed by bedrooms. The number of parking spaces are defined by bedrooms. So it's not to say that you're not having more than 2 people in any particular bedroom. That's not regulated anywhere in town.
Right.
What is regulated, however, are 3 unrelated.
Right.
And that's the sticking point. It doesn't make a difference how many bedrooms in that situation, but it could be they have multiple people in bedrooms.
In which case there's not enough parking. There's only 30 spaces.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing? The TRC had asked for us to reduce the parking. We had 12 overflow parking, and they asked us to go to 6. So it's not a matter of, once this master plan is reviewed and the planning board makes comments, then we would engineer the drainage system.
Okay.
Provide more drainage if there's parking. So Rick, it's not going to be, 6 parking spots are going to kill the project. We're going to engineer it to what the planning board approves or
right.
requires.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, thank you, Rick. All right, it's approaching 11 o'clock, so if the board's pleasure, I'd like to ask for a vote to continue beyond 11 so we can have some discussion about how we want to direct staff.
I'll make that motion.
Second that.
Second from Paul. Just raise your hands for all in favor. All right, it's unanimous. All right, we'll continue past 11. Okay, we've answered all the raised hands. Board comments. We have one more meeting, January 6th possibly, and then we have a regular meeting at the end of January, but at this point, I think we need to start to ask staff to look at where we want to go with this.
So I did have some additional questions, but I held off on those because I felt that with a number of public attendees, it was important to allow them to have the opportunity to ask their questions.
Okay.
I do want to first say that the planning board has an obligation to gather appropriate and relevant information through, if deemed necessary, a peer review process. It absolutely does not reflect planning department or DPS credentials in or abilities in any way. It has been primarily used at master plan to assist in decision-making, including conditions or information or criteria that might be met at the preliminary stage of review. And you know, this acquisition of information, I believe is part of due diligence on the part of the planning board when it's deemed necessary, particularly looking at sites that are constrained or represent challenges relative to any proposed plan. So that's the first thing. And I believe that in this particular case, a peer review by someone who works in the field with advanced degrees in biology, hydrology, wetland science, impacts relative to climate change, to these type of ecosystems would be what I would be thinking of. And I personally believe that it's warranted. I do have other specific questions relative to the plan, but I think there should be a chance for others to speak.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Jay.
I don't want to take any time away from the board, but I did the peer review process is outlined in the subdivision regulations on page 95. It's Article 11, Section 4 under, it's titled Project Review Fees. And it says the planning board, when the planning board shall impose a project review fee on those applications which require, in the judgment of the planning board, review by outside consultants due to the size, scale, or complexity of a proposed project, the project's potential impacts, or because the town lacks the necessary expertise to perform the review work related to the permit or approval. It goes on to explain that the planning board can hire any land use professional in reviewing the project against the design manual or the community's comprehensive plan, among a number of environmental issues, archaeological, traffic, unique site features, etc. The fee is $500 for each for the first 5 unit for each of the first 5 units, and $150 for every unit thereafter. It does not say when in the process that this project review fee should be assessed. Now, as with any land development project, you do have timelines that you need to adhere to. In this case, it may be prudent to establish that for the preliminary submittal, so that it does indicate that if the project review fee is established by the planning board, the application, the subsequent application is not complete until the fee is paid, is submitted. But surprisingly, what's lacking is at what stage of review that that peer review can be or is specifically initiated.
Thank you, Jay.
And really quick, to Jocelyn's comment, the planning board and the planning department frequently establishes conditions in preliminary plan approvals requiring condominium documents be drafted and signed and submitted with final plan application, so that we are sure that the associations are established. There is a mechanism for us to pursue enforcement. That's a little bit of a difficult issue without a municipal court. It's difficult on our end for enforcement if certain associations don't act to rectify the issues.
Okay,
Thank
you. Paul, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I think, you know, the parking, I've looked at this all along. I thought that there wasn't enough parking. I'm a little bit surprised that the technical review committee had them reduce it. One of the things that I wonder, there's an area shown on the plan for passive recreation, but if we're of the opinion that there aren't going to be children here or no more than one or two, could that area accommodate additional parking? I think the bigger issue for me is the drainage. I understand that it's an excessively well-drained soil over, you know, sandy glacial outwash, and yet the water does seem to pond there in the low spots for a period of time, as we've seen in all the photos. The DEM regulations for stormwater are more concerned with preventing pollutants from reaching a water body than they are with preventing flooding. I mean, it's certainly a concern. You know, I understand that there's storage built into the design, but the reg is more concerned with pollutants than the actual disposal of the water. So I'm not sure. You know, Maria suggested that maybe we do need an independent review. I'm not sure if that's true. I certainly think the town engineer should be capable of really getting a good handle on the drainage issues there, so that there is no flooding to Mary Carpenter's. I mean, we're not going to have more rain falling on the site than we have now. It's just a question of making sure that it doesn't create a problem for the surrounding neighborhood. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Paul. Joe?
Yeah, I just want to hit a couple of things, Steve. First, on the affordable housing. For those that are not familiar with affordable housing is not low-income subsidized housing. It's low and median income for working professionals. So what we're talking about is working professionals in the community that make between 80 and 120% of the median income. And those numbers are set by law, not by local requirements. So what we're really talking about is housing for police and firemen and teachers maybe earlier in their career. As I've said before, I believe South Kingstown has a need for all types of affordable housing, whether that be rental or single family houses. So I do believe that this meets a need of the community. As far as the density goes, Mr. Pimentel gave a lot of detail, but put that aside for a second. I think that the density that's being proposed is similar to what we've seen in other projects. So I believe it's reasonable. They have a Yale plan that could have 6. They're asking for 12, 3 additional market, 3 additional affordable. Again, I think it's in the ballpark and reasonable to other projects that we see. Also, a lot of times in affordable housing, as you know, it has to be compatible in size and nature. And a lot of times what we get is developers that are using the affordable housing to get the additional units, but then propose maybe something that's a little substandard. Maybe it's a rental unit instead of an affordable, or it's less bedrooms, or it's smaller. And this board, I think rightfully so, pushes those developers to make sure that it's compatible in size and nature. In this case, we have a developer who's coming in and pretty much where we try to push the developers to, which is the law, which requires them to be compatible. So I appreciate that from the developer. So with the affordable housing and the density, I think being reasonable, to me, it comes down to the balance of the impacts, the impact of the additional versus what the impacts are to the neighbors. And I think that there's more impacts here than normal. Some of that's caused by the geometry of the site. Some of it's caused by the sensitivity. I think one of the big things that controls the impacts is the number of bedrooms. The developer spent a lot of time on that. I would like to see eventually a condition of approval where there's no further development, either in the number of units, the footprint, or the number of bedrooms. And that being if we do approve it, that being the final in the condition of approval. And if we're allowed to, maybe even make that a deed restriction. The other impact that I'm concerned about is the drainage. I think, Rich has a good handle on it, but this is a case where I personally would feel a little more comfortable. And I think Chris is a very good engineer, very competent engineer, but this is a case where I think I'd feel a little more comfortable if we had an independent consultant on drainage that reported back to Rich and tells us whether we're mitigating any potential impacts or if there's anything else that we could put as a condition of approval. Although I would be okay with that consultant being at the preliminary stage. That's all I got.
Okay. Pam or Susan? Pam, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, go ahead.
No, Pam, all yours.
Okay. Joe, nicely said. I have to second everything that you said. And I would like to just ask the question, because we've heard both the residents as well as actually the engineers say that, yes, we're seeing increasing precipitation. And so I don't believe that our existing DEM regs address higher precipitation in the future. And I know that that's not a regulation, or I believe it's not a regulation, but we're seeing it. And I guess I would just like to ask how we can address that we have a very constrained site. We have existing concerns with stormwater coming from the north into the site. And then, clearly Mary Carpenter's is having existing problems. I don't know if it's their groundwater there or the drainage there, but I would really ask ourselves and the proponents how they might think about this, even though it is not a current DEM or South Kingstown requirement. So that would be the added thing that I would say. And then the other concern that I still have a bit is the safety concerns on the road in the development with regards to how close that is to Mary Carpenter's. And let it be either safety, again, you have a chain link fence, perhaps that's sufficient, but also an increased buffer, because I think that because this is such a constrained site, I would really like to see that those homes are not impacted by all the, what is it, 2 cars a day, 2 cars an hour, or whatever you're saying, coming in and out, and at night. That's a concern as well. So that would be both the safety as well as the light impacts on the community, on the existing Mary Carpenter from that road. So that's all I have to add right now.
Thank you, Pam. Susan?
I have so many mixed feelings about this site. I think one of the things that has occurred to me throughout this is that I want it to feel like it fits into the community of Matunuck. It has a long history, a lot of one-story windswept cottages and trailers, and a lot of folks have been there for multiple generations. And adding a tall, large, newfangled condominium row doesn't feel to me like the spirit and the essence of Matunuck Village. And I would hate to see the entire village is starting to transform itself into, you know, the sense you get like at Narragansett Pier, where everything's new and shiny and you've got reduced access to the coast. And I think Matunuck's done a good job of maintaining its small village feel. And for some, I just sort of feel like we're turning a corner here where it's turning into something else. And that concerns me. And that's not something specific I can address with this project, but I don't want it to start feeling like new, tall, shiny, very exclusive, because these condos, these 2-bedroom condos are selling for $650,000, $700,000 a piece. That doesn't work for the majority of people from this town. So I'm presuming this is investors coming in from out of town who will be here for 3 months out of the year. And then either the houses will sit vacant or they'll be rented, but it's not really serving the people who are here. And then to have affordable housing, a 2-bedroom condominium for $285,000, I know that's theoretically affordable, but that's a lot of money, and it's a beach condo. Is that, you know, we're deliberately saying it's not going to be for kids, and we'd be, you know, hard pressed to find any children in this development. So is that our best use and forward movement in the affordable housing, is to create 2-bedroom condos for $285,000? So I'm just sort of questioning the spirit of affordable housing and if this fits what we want to do. And maybe it does, and I'm new to the board and I don't really understand it, but to me, that doesn't feel like the spirit of affordable housing. And then lastly, I'm very concerned about the parking. And I feel like this development is being put in with the formula that you would use if you took this footprint and these houses and put them anyplace else in the state. But if you've ever been to Matunuck on a hot Saturday afternoon in July, it's a party down there. And I think implying that high-end people in high-end units don't have a whole lot of people down there on the weekends enjoying their beautiful view and their beautiful condos is not really accurate. I think the parking is going to be a nightmare. And if they have to park on the road, maybe you'll have issues with emergency access or people overflowing into alternate neighborhoods, and that would be unfortunate for the neighbors. And then, sorry, so many thoughts. And then lastly, I'm very concerned also about the drainage and the effect that other development may have had on the houses on Holden Road and at Mary's Beach, that I would hate to see there. I saw the photographs and the video that it received this week, and that's really unfortunate for them. Jesus, sorry, big cat.
Cat has a comment as well.
Yeah, he's pretty big. So sorry, those are just my thoughts for now. So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So, you know, I want to piggyback on Joe. You know, I mean, it sounds like other projects we've talked about, you know, we're kind of aligning in that the low to moderate. I know some people don't think that seems affordable, but that's what it is right now. And we're trying to fill that void. You know, drainage is a concern, obviously. But like Paul mentioned, you know, I think we could probably do it internally. I have a lot of faith in Rich, plus the other bodies that get involved in that. So, I mean, to me, drainage is the biggest thing. You know, obviously the community is concerned about it. We want to see how that gets taken care of. But I think if we follow the process and go through the steps, we should be able to make sure that if it will not make the area worse, and maybe it'll help. So those are my thoughts.
I echo most of your concerns as well. I have concerns, as Pam did, about the road, the access road right along Mary Carpenter's Beach. I think if we're going to move this along, I'd like the applicant to maybe see if they can move that away a little from that fence line, especially because of the cuts that are going to have to be made in some of those areas. I mean, it's probably 5 feet difference in grade there. So, and also I have some concerns about impervious surface on that roadway and a crushed stone bed underneath. Perhaps I'd like to see maybe pervious roadway and maybe some kind of structures to contain some of that water instead of just crushed rock. Also, these houses are situated on that lot, and I'd like to see if we could reduce their maybe the way they're sited to maybe get them back from that roadway and from the sideline. I don't know if they can turn them and gain a few feet from that aspect. But, and again, like most of you, when I first looked at this project, when we originally saw it, I couldn't see it happening. When it came before us again, I was skeptical. But again, when we got the Mr. Pimentel's report on the density, and then I had some discussion with Jamie, and Jamie, maybe now you could pop up that sketch you did of in comparison to Holden Road.
Okay, you have access to that?
And while he's working on that, I did take a drive around Community Drive today and Atlantic Avenue. And it's, you know, it's a lot of cottages, but it's a lot of some older homes that were large and some cottages that have been revamped into substantial sized buildings. So it's not all cottages anymore. And even if you go down by Deep Hole and look off into the over the causeway there, you can see there's a lot of construction going on there where they're adding second floors, or, you know, they're beefing up those homes. So it's, Matunic is changing somewhat, but I don't think the density of this lot proposed is out of nature with what's right there now. Jamie, you want to explain what you've done here, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could just take a minute before I get into this. Again, I share a lot of the concerns that both the public and the commission, the board members have stated tonight with regards to drainage, parking, sight lines, safety, pedestrian movements. I think the applicant needs to, in the board needs to clearly make definitive requests with regards to, you know, maintaining overland flow that doesn't impact a backup of stormwater in a northerly direction. Water actually can flow uphill. Okay, it can. It's hydraulically possible. There's enough head above it. You can push water uphill with enough volume and velocity on an opposite slope. Study aqueducts done by the Romans, and you will know that. But again, it's also dealing with stormwater that existingly is on site, post-development, handling post-development, pre-development, making sure that the impact isn't exacerbated on Mary Carpenter's property. And Chris may know the answer to this one with regards to the engineering. The stormwater frequency in the 100-year flood, the metrics that are being used, if they're using the newer metrics that came from the Corps, that they do accommodate an increased frequency of rain events. That is in new stormwater calculations for with regards to the 100-year storm, and I'm not sure they use those. Again, I share the chairman's concerns with regards to putting infiltration under the road bed that is 5 feet away from a property line, and perhaps are better served by hardened structure with infiltration within that hardened structure. Again, you do live in a climate where the ground occasionally freezes, and if that infiltration system or roadbed ever froze, that would potentially jeopardize the infiltration aspects of that. Again, the number of trips seem to be sufficient and on par with ITE manuals. But again, I think the practicality of this development being in a beach community and perhaps the inviting weekend relationships to your condo, it may be advantageous for the applicant to look at overflow parking that can be achieved in a pervious manner using grass paved 2 stone parking lots where again there's overflow on grass structure versus pervious pavement. I wanted clarity from the applicant with regards to if the speed study was just done at the intersection or north of the proposed intersection. I think it's my understanding it was done at the intersection. So the speed would be 35 miles per hour at the curvature of Matunic Beach Road and not further up on a northerly direction where the road straightens out and the speeds would tend to be higher. I have a lot of faith in our town engineer and looking hard at the drainage computations as well as the experience of staff members that you have access to. I do have one question again for clarity on Ed Pimentel made a comment that there will be no school age children at this development. I think that's hard to make a definitive statement like that. If he's referring to the 2018 Rutgers study with regards to school children and rental units, I think I would disagree with the statement that there is a probability that there will be zero. That study actually states that there would be more than zero. It's not much more than zero, it's not 10 or 20, but to make a statement that there won't be any, I think is a little misleading. With regards to the PowerPoint or aerial photo that you see above, this is an aerial photo from Google Earth from 2015. It shows the density related to Holden Road on the south side. There are 11 units showed on the southern side of Holden Road, and there are approximately 15 units on the northern side of Holden Road. Jay, if you can go to the next slide. What this slide shows is that same aerial photo with a exact graphic representation of picking up the midsection of Holden Road and dropping it on top of that site. Holding the Mary Carpenter fence line on the south and the property line or tree line on the north. You can see that the density of 11 on the southern side of Holden Road drops down as a very similar density of 11 within the confines of the site that's being proposed for development. I did this quick and simple just to show from a density standpoint that there's 11 on Holden Road, 15 on the northern side, and simple cut and paste that the 11 on the south side of Holden Road appears to fit within the development site. This doesn't account for topography, doesn't account for taking out stormwater drainage areas, but again, it's an 11 for 11 representation. And Jay, I think the third slide, in essence, just shows that just slightly modified without the road system on it.
Okay.
But I think to the board members' testimony tonight, there are opportunities for the developer closely at his preliminary schematic, and there are opportunities to do some slight adjustments or reshuffling of the deck that will potentially reduce the impacts on the southern property and also the northern abutting properties. Again, relocation or reorientation of the proposed 6 units, slight reorientation of the road, and potentially going into some harder infiltration systems, hard structures.
Thank you, Jamie.
Steve, I didn't have the opportunity to go into any specifics, but I do agree with much of what you said and Pam had to say. Similar concerns with the stormwater management, the parking, the amount of cut and fill that will impact, particularly on the western side of the property where the parking would be. And the fact that the surrounding density was largely established prior to zoning, and the fact that what we know now is vastly different relative to climate change from what was known at that point in time. The site distance coming out of the site, when I went out to the site and parked at the Vanilla Bean and walked along, crossed the street and walked along the roadway, there were 2 people riding their bikes single file heading north on Matunic Beach Road. And when a car came up behind them, the car wisely went into the complete opposite lane in order to pass them. So I think the existence of the curve, and I understand that the vegetation will be cleared at the entrance, but I think those things need to be really looked at. The traffic volume that was discussed in the traffic study, again, is your traditional ITE handbook that looks at peak hour that may not necessarily, I don't believe it's emblematic of a beach community that has higher traffic volumes at much differing times than those of the traditional homeowner leaving to go to work. The width of or the distance between the buildings and the 10 feet and the sidewalk and the road. And I know Steve mentioned possibly changing the orientation of the buildings, but that's a concern. It seems as though those buildings are going to be right along the roadway. So anyway, those are just some of my concerns.
Staff have any other comments?
No, I don't disagree with anything that I've heard tonight. I think there are a number of things the developer has an opportunity to address. And I think the commission, if you were to move forward in any manner, should work close, ask us as your staff, if you see fit, to kind of develop those items in a very formal manner in any motion you would contemplate.
Okay. Well, it would appear by the comments by the board tonight that we're suggesting moving this to preliminary. But I think at this point, if we're going to do that, we need to ask staff and help staff be very specific on what we're going to be looking for at preliminary. Jamie mentioned post-water runoff right now, pre-water, existing conditions, and maybe we want that clearly established so we can compare it to what they propose at post-construction. So we have an accurate view, and again, hopefully to tackle the flooding situation that's in the area. And again, we have to be, let's be specific. We've made this mistake in the past where we've passed something on a master plan and didn't clearly state all the needs or things we wanted to see at preliminary. So I think with the concerns that we've expressed tonight with this project, we need to direct staff and be very specific on those issues.
We have a required finding relative to no significant impacts, health, safety, traffic, environment, and so on. And I just feel that I need additional information before I can say that that standard has been met. And again, one of the reasons for my request for a peer review. But I don't feel like I'm ready to pass that along and say that that standard has been met at this point in time.
Well, again, so you would want to, again, look at the traffic study at preliminary.
But remember that they will be vested in the density and in the general layout once they have master plan approval.
I concur, but with based on what the experts have presented thus far, it would appear the site map.
I think Maria brings up a point, and Steve, you also are trying to clarify the point that we can work with legal counsel to clarify what exactly you're agreeing to at the master plan stage. That, you know, if it's density with a number of conditions that are met or objectivity associated with that I think, Steve, you were trying to make the point that if you were going to move forward, that you may be moving forward with a density not to exceed X, but you don't have final drainage design right now. That detention basin could become twice as big. And if it's twice as big, maybe all those units don't fit anymore. So I think working with council, there may be an opportunity to clarify your points that really the master plan is the concept that's moving forward, but that may not be the exact plan you're looking at the next phase, that you're going to be bound by, or the applicant has the opportunity to say, well, you approved this layout 5 feet from the property line at Mary Carpenter, so you have to own it 5 feet from the property line at Mary Carpenter. I think the suggestion's being made that you're okay with a road being built, accessing the property that's 20 feet wide with the condition that it's potentially relocated to the north to eliminate an issue you have associated with its proximity to Mary Carpenter's property line. And again, I think Peter and Amy, as well as Mike, would help guide the board in making that type of clarity in any motion you would entertain. And to you do have to make those findings A through G to move this forward. But again, perhaps there can be an asterisk next to a few of the findings.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, just to address that point, I understand the issue to be when you approve the master plan, what gets vested, which goes into what do you need to know up front in considering vesting. So when you approve the master plan, that approves the conceptual aspects of the proposal. And so they are vested, which allows the applicant to rely on that to get the more detailed engineering done. But to Jamie's point, let's say, for example, there's an aspect of the concept is density, which would be vested in master plan. But if the engineering comes back, and I'm not saying this would happen, but just using it as an example, it shows that you can't control the runoff on this property at 12 units, but you can do it at 11. I'm not saying that would happen, but if that's what it showed, you could revisit it at that point, because if you place a condition on your master plan that your approval is subject to showing no net runoff, and if you can't do it at 12, then you could revisit it, because it would be subject to, it would be called out in a condition, and it would be addressed to one of the hard engineering details that come out at the preliminary plan stage. So just to briefly sum it up, concept is vested. Overall concept is vested by approval of the master plan, but that's subject to showing that you can do it based on the hard engineering being done and reviewed.
Thank you. All right, this was a public hearing. Perhaps at this point, we should move to close the public hearing. Is the board in agreement with that, or you see fit to keep it open?
We have until February.
You
Is that
have
correct?
February 6th is the decision. Our next meeting for this probably is January 6th, and then we'll have one regular meeting after that.
Unless we continue with the special meetings as we have for this particular project, given the interest and the complexity of the project.
Well, January 6th would be a special meeting, I believe. That's correct, Jay?
Yes.
That was the only thing on the agenda. Yeah. We had discussed January 6th.
Steve, given that there was a little confusion relative to the posting, even though it met the legal requirements of the posting, my personal feeling would be to allow that to continue the public hearing, just in case somebody was planning on attending this Thursday and then later found out that no, it was tonight, not Thursday.
Okay.
And then just give the. And
I was
have a
just
brief
going to say
opportunity.
that.
Yeah, I agree as well.
All right. Consensus of the board, stand with that. Then can we?
I guess I wonder also, Steve and staff, if there's a way, I mean, tonight we had to work through some really challenging methods to engage so many different concerns, et cetera. And I think that we ended up in a good place, but I'm just wondering if there's a way, because there's so many passionate people, that we might want to think about. Everybody gets a certain amount of time. You have to, to really state the process at the beginning. and, and to limit the time, because I think that it's really hard, because if we want to have that conversation, I just really think that at this point, we might want to do something like that.
Well,
Limit the time, and then, people that have already spoken.
I did discuss that with Amy before we started with this, and she suggests that we don't. That was her recommendation.
I did want to weigh in on what Joe had said. I think it's unfortunate about the notice, and I just think about the fact that during this pandemic crisis that we find ourselves in, whether it's realistic to expect people to drive or walk to the town hall or to the library to see the notice. I think that there needs to be enough faith. And I understand it was a mistake on the part of the intermediary, but people use the town website, I would say, and rank that as a much higher level of credibility than social media or whatever. And I rather doubt that most people go on to the Secretary of State website to check meetings. Probably some do, but again, I just feel like that's unfortunate, and that does and other issues justify a continuation of the public hearing. So I would make that motion.
– Motion to what, please?
Continue the public hearing
Oh, okay.
until our January.
All right, did we want to entertain a motion to ask staff to prepare a motion for approval so that we'll have something to look at and discuss on January 6th?
I'll make
Again,
that
it's
motion.
something we want to be very specific on, so I think we need to get a look at it and then add to it. So did I hear somebody make a motion?
Steve, I'll make that motion.
Who
Staff.
made the motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Peter. Pam, will you take a roll call, please? To ask staff.
Yes,
to prepare a
indeed.
Motion of approval of master plan.
Shouldn't we do the
Thank you.
public hearing first?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, you have a motion on the table by Maria to continue the public hearing to,
I'll second that motion.
and just for clarity on a date. Is that January 7th, a Thursday?
I thought we said January 6th.
We had mentioned the 7th.
The
keeping it-
7th.
Seventh?
You mentioned the
Okay.
7th as well.
So my motion would be to January 7th, 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Mack.
So motion by Maria to continue the public hearing, a second from Paul. Pam, take the roll on that, please.
Yes, Joe Murphy,
Yes. Aye.
Peter DiStefano,
Aye.
Steve DeMasi,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Paul Jordan,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Aye.
and Pam Rubinoff. Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we have a motion to ask staff to draft a approval of master plan.
Based on tonight's discussion, as well as leaving space available for conditions of approval that may come up on the next meeting.
Okay, motion by Joe. We had a second by Peter. Pam, again, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Joe
Wait.
Murphy,
I just had a couple of comments before we vote. If the staff drafts a motion and we vote to approve to have staff draft a motion, that does not imply any kind of approval at this point. As I said earlier, I still feel that I would like to see an independent consultant and peer review and have a considerable amount of questions still pending. So just so that that's made clear for the record.
But that's correct. Approving a draft motion would just give you a draft to look at.
Jamie, do you have a comment?
That was it. We would just be developing the framework for you to potentially consider. I wouldn't view it as binding on anyone's behalf.
Okay. All right, Pam, would you continue with the roll?
yes. Joe Murphy,
Aye.
Peter DiStefano,
Aye.
Steve Tomasi,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Paul Jordan,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Aye.
and Pam Rubinoff, aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, any other business needed by staff? Comments by staff? Okay,
Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
long night. Okay, who's gonna make a motion to?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, I was, okay.
Go ahead, Paul. Yeah, we haven't made it
I
yet.
was going to ask Maria if she wanted to make a motion to, to get a third opinion or not. It sounds like,
Yes, I would like to do so. It doesn't sound at this point like we would be able to do it at master plan. So that would have to be something that was put into conditions and developed at the preliminary stage of review.
I would be open to the discussion of that, but again, I'd like the specifics of exactly what we're looking for, that either we don't feel confident the staff has time to address, or, but I just don't want it open-ended.
No, I think it was about very specific expertise related to the drainage.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Maria for to end this meeting, finally. Do we have a second to adjourn? We have a second from Paul. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion's anonymous, unanimous. Beyond my bedtime, I think. Okay. We'll see you at our next meeting.
good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Steve.